Here, you can have mine in the meantime.
The Committee on House Administration will come to order. I note that a quorum is present. Without objection, the chair may declare a recess at any time. Also, without objection, the hearing record will remain open for 5 legislative days, so members may submit any materials they wish to be included therein. Thank you, Ranking Member Morelli, members of the committee, and our witnesses for participating today. Today, the Committee on House Administration begins the oversight of the legislative branch for the 119th Congress. We have a duty to the American people to ensure their tax dollars are being used efficiently and effectively by all House committees. Committee work is a critical part of our job here in Congress. It is where we discuss legislation, debate issues, and most importantly, hear from Americans who are experts on issues that impact them directly. Over the next 2 days, we'll hear from the chairs and ranking members of each committee on what funding they need to accomplish their goals for the 119th Congress. It's our goal to increase transparency with this process and show the American people how their tax dollars are working for them. I look forward to speaking with each of the committee's leadership to determine how we can ensure that no taxpayer dollars are being wasted. We'll continue our mission of being an open and transparent committee, and we welcome every other committee to use this platform to do the same. I look forward to hearing from each of the committees coming before us today. I'd like to thank our witnesses for joining us today to discuss the important topics. With that, I will yield to the ranking member, Mr. Morelli, to offer an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for yielding to me and also for convening this series of hearings. The committee funding process is truly one of the more unique aspects of House administration's duties, and I look forward to hearing from our fellow committee leaders today and tomorrow as we undertake this important process. The committee system is the hallmark of the United States Congress. The committees are where we exercise critical oversight, where we craft and debate policy proposals, and where we decide what to recommend to the broader House for consideration. The work is oftentimes not glamorous. It is certainly not easy. It is, however, fundamental to our system of representative government. Article 1 of the United States Constitution is clear about powers granted exclusively to Congress, including the power of the purse. Article 1, Section 1, all legislative powers herein granted shall be vested in a Congress of the United States. Article 1, Section 7, Clause 1, all bills for raising revenue shall originate in the House of Representatives. Article 1, Section 9, Clause 7, no money shall be drawn from the Treasury but in consequence of appropriations made by law. It is important to remind the American public, the executive branch, and even some of our colleagues here in Congress that unless the Constitution is amended, Congress is still the only authorizer and appropriator of federal public money. And as an appropriator, and I share that with a number of members here, we take this to heart. We've witnessed over the past 3 weeks, federal agencies that implement our laws are under an unchecked assault of questionable legality. And while the assault is ongoing, it's important we give House committees the resources they need to execute their responsibilities while what little separation of powers remain. For years, the Bipartisan Select Committee on Modernization and our own Subcommittee on Modernization, led ably by my friend Ms. Bice, has documented Congress's desperately needed infusion of resources, capacity, and expertise. Whatever you believe about the Supreme Court's decision to end Chevron deference in a series of decisions last year, if you, like me, think it's badly misguided, or others who feel it's appropriate, you cannot avoid the impact on how it impacts our work here in the Congress. These decisions, together with what seems like an endless assault on the federal government's regulatory authority in the last several weeks, makes adequate committee funding even more imperative. You'll recall experts from across the ideological spectrum stressed at a hearing before this committee just a few months ago relative to Chevron that Congress must now craft laws with more technical expertise than ever before. Effective lawmaking is dependent upon this expertise, and it does not come without significant investment. Committees also need to be adequately supported in their exercise of legitimate oversight. Oversight jurisdiction is one of the most effective tools we have in affirming the co-equal branch and status of the legislative Article 1 responsibilities. I personally still believe in the powers and responsibilities of the Congress, which is why I'm glad we're having these hearings today and tomorrow. Though the federal government is being systematically dismantled by an unelected billionaire and the foundational principle of checks and balances erodes more by the day, I'm hopeful we will stop it. Not as Republicans and Democrats, but as public servants and members of Congress who swore an oath to support and defend the Constitution. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Without objection, all other members' opening statements will be made part of the hearing record if they're submitted to the committee clerk by 5 p.m. today. Today we'll hear from the chair and ranking member of 11 committees, beginning with the Foreign Affairs Committee. For each panel, we'll begin by recognizing the chair for 5 minutes, the ranking member for 5 minutes, and then we're going to do questions 5 minutes total for the majority, 5 minutes total for the minority. As we ask questions, we'll do it a little more casually on our side. I'll defer to the ranking member as he navigates the 5 minutes for the minority. I'll keep everything reasonably tight. It'll be a little bit of a different structure, but I think it'll move us right along through the hearing. I now welcome our first panel of witnesses, Chairman Mast and Ranking Member Meeks on the Committee on Foreign Affairs. I'll recognize Chairman Mast for 5 minutes for an opening statement.
Thank you, Chairman Stile. Thank you, Ranking Member Morelli, members of the House Administration Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on the funding needs of the Foreign Affairs Committee for the 119th Congress, along with my friend, Ranking Member Gregory Meeks. The Foreign Affairs Committee is a great authorizing committee. Our role in helping craft foreign policy, it is essential, as we all see around the globe. We literally have the power to declare war and to end war. We conduct oversight of the State Department, USAID, the United Nations Millennium Challenge, the Development Finance Corporation, and other agencies and bureaus that make up America's foreign policy infrastructure. We manage export controls, which is everything related to chips. We approve weapons sales to include basically every weapon system, engine modifications, aircraft, Navy vessels, you name it, that may be sold to any one of our allies. And in the 119th Congress, we will conduct the first full State Department reauthorization since the year 2002. This is our mission, and it's more important than ever. Reauthorization is the only way to ensure the State Department is accountable to Congress under any administration. Right now, only 15% of the State Department is strictly authorized by Congress. On the State Department's organizational chart, there are nearly 66 offices that Congress has not authorized, and that does not count the nearly 40 special envoys appointed during the previous administration. A full reauthorization is the only way to ensure that there's no wasteful spending within the State Department or USAID or any of the other arms of foreign assistance. For this reauthorization to succeed, it has to be just as serious as how the House Armed Services Committee conducts their NDAA. And as such, we have worked to model everything that we need off of what the House Armed Services Committee has done, since this has not been done in so many years with the Foreign Affairs Committee. The needs are to hire a budget director to review every dollar that the State Department has received and will send out the door. Build out new amendment tracking system for reauthorization that will mirror the one used by the House Armed Services Committee for the NDAA, and hire and retain staff with the expertise necessary to ensure that every dollar and every diplomat that we authorize does in fact put America first. The world is a dangerous place at this very moment. We all realize this more than ever. We have Iranian-backed terrorists looking for their next target in the Middle East. We have a war raging in Ukraine, throughout Europe. We have China probing every facet of America and our allies for weaknesses. Yet these dangers have increased over the past 4 years as our foreign assistance system has lost sight of its mission. Conducting oversight of this system is not easy. That's why it hasn't been done in 20 years. However, the State Department alone has nearly 80,000 employees. Some of them are based right here in Washington, but a large number work out of the nearly 300 embassies and consulate America has across the globe. In comparison, the House Foreign Affairs Committee has at most 59 employees who are responsible for doing this oversight. That's why we are respectfully requesting $11,683,048 for the year 2025 and $12,693,693 for the year 2026. This increase reflects the need for added staff, again modeled after how the NDAA is conducted with the Armed Services Committee, who will be tasked with performing diligent oversight of regional issues and conducting, again, that full State Department reauthorization. It also reflects the committee's addition of a new task force focused on foreign military sales that will add to our workload and require additional highly skilled professionals to oversee the increasingly critical foreign policy function. We have a constitutional duty to conduct rigorous oversight over America's vital foreign policy institutions and ensure that every dollar and every diplomat is working to advance America's national security interests. I'm asking for your support to help us carry out this mission, and I thank you for your time, and I do look forward to answering any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Chairman Mast. Ranking Member Meeks, you're recognized. 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Steele, Ranking Member Morelli, members of the Committee on House Administration. Thank you for this opportunity to appear before the committee with Chairman Mast, my friend, in support of the House Committee on Foreign Affairs budget request for the 119th Congress. In the 118th Congress, the Foreign Affairs Committee conducted unprecedented oversight and pushed an ambitious legislative agenda, including several pieces of legislation supporting America's ability to win the competition with China, addressing crises in Haiti and Sudan, the war in Gaza, and Putin's illegal invasion of Russia. This year, Chairman Mast has expressed through the committee oversight plan and the budget request an intention to pursue State Department authorization bill, as he just described in this Congress, which I know from my own experience as chair of this committee in the 117th Congress is a difficult and time-consuming task. It is, however, an important undertaking that will require significant staff resources. Chairman Mast has also put forward an oversight agenda that includes 7 subcommittees and has indicated he will establish a task force to review the arms sales process and potentially others. This work will require new technology and new resources, an additional mid-career and senior staff. I look forward to this work and believe an increased budget would enable the staffing and supporting resources required to maximize the quality and output of our efforts. America's national security interests are squarely at the center of this committee's jurisdiction at a time when global challenges will continue to require our most skilled staff and innovative thinking. We know wars are easier to start and much more difficult to stop. It is the work of this committee that helps us do the latter. And whether it's the war in Ukraine or Gaza, strategic competition with China, addressing newfound global challenges in the race for AI dominance, and deepening our diplomatic engagement in our hemisphere and on the continent of Africa, this committee will be on the forefront of addressing these challenges. The minority in the 112th Congress, and by past practice, controls 1/3 of the committee budget. And I appreciate the fact that Chairman Mast intends to honor that practice and allow me the autonomy to use the minority budget to best meet the unique needs that come with being in the minority. Unfortunately, because of a smaller budget and staff allotments in the minority, my staff have taken on more responsibilities without the increased compensation that they deserve. They are highly skilled policy staff and lawyers with the technical skills required to meet the demands that come with the work of the committee. People with both regional expertise, but also with experience in the agencies this committee oversees. This budget increase would allow me to compensate the staff for their work, hire additional staff to cover the additional issues outlined in the committee oversight plan, and importantly, retain talented employees. The work of this committee is consequential to our national security, If we are to leverage diplomacy to avoid conflict, counter global threats, expand our soft power, and increase America's competitiveness and global standing, there is no committee of greater importance than the House Foreign Affairs Committee. Having the resources to do the important work the American people expect us to do requires a budget that can support the high expectations we have set. Thank you for this opportunity to speak and testify before this committee, and I look forward to answering any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ranking Member Meeks. I'll begin our questions on the majority side of 5 minutes. Just raise your hand if you'd like to jump in. We'll keep it a little bit casual as we go. I'm going to ask the same question of all chairs and ranking members today out of the gates, which relates to cybersecurity. Will you, Mr. Chairman Mass and Ranking Member Meeks, commit to having your systems administrator meet with the House CIO team in the first quarter to discuss cybersecurity issues?
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much. First question, Chairman Mast. A lot of conversation about oversight, in particular as it relates to USAID in your jurisdiction. We think about the role of committee funding in a real opportunity to utilize that funding to actually save taxpayer dollars. Looking through your oversight plan, do you feel that you have the resources you need, knowing the heavy work you have in front of you, in particular as it relates to recent revelations at USAID?
Given the oversight plan that we gave you for the future, yes, we specifically pinpoint the individuals that we need to conduct that. One example would be somebody that has a specific expertise in looking at the budgets of the State Department to be able to see where those dollars have been tracked and not tracked in the appropriate way, which is very difficult when you consider the way foreign aid is doled out, often going to a foreign company, a foreign country, a foreign NGO, who may send it on to 1, 2, or 3 more, who may send it on to 1, 2, or 3 more.
Thank you very much. I think it's a really important part of the work of your committee ahead. I'll recognize the Vice Chair, Ms. Lee.
Mr. Chairman, in your testimony, you mentioned standing up a new task force that was focused on U.S. government process for weapons sales to foreign countries. Could you tell us more about that task force and the types of staffing needs and costs you think will be associated with standing it up?
That Foreign Military Sales Task Force, which will also be looking at export controls, will be dealing, again, everything that falls off the wing of an aircraft, out of the belly of an aircraft, something that's fired out of a weapon system, something that helps any foreign militaries, even engine systems, down to small arms, and even things when you're talking about export controls like chips that we see as so vitally important. It's important that we understand what are going to be our controls that are needed to make sure that we do not have China advancing past us as one example, but to make sure that we have the capabilities to make sure that we're running faster than every other country, not hindering our industry as well. Specific individuals, professional staff members that will be working for that new task force, along with who will be the chair, Ryan Zinke, Representative Ryan Zinke, great military experience, intends on bringing that to the table to make sure everybody is up to date on the weapon systems, what they need to know, and which individuals should be receiving them so that America is not sending them to the wrong place.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Representative Bice is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Chairman Mass, for being with us this morning. In your submission, you mentioned a specific reauthorization software that your committee is looking to purchase. Can you talk a little bit about that and why the need for that specific application?
So when you look at this reauthorization, again, we looked at specifically many conversations with the House Armed Services Committee to understand how they do it well year after year after year, having not done it in a full scope for so many years. We didn't want to reinvent the wheel. We wanted to base it upon something successful. So we were looking at something known as the Dexterra system. And one of the primary reasons to put forward on this is to say there will be thousands of amendments that come in as it relates to doing the State Department reauthorization. You have to be organized in order to conduct that properly, track the changes that are made, the last-minute changes that are made right before you bring these items to the committee for a vote, you name it, and to not be organized in that system would be to set ourselves up for failure. So it's the Dexterra system to look to advance that into the modern age so that we can do it right.
Are you familiar, do you have any perspective on the cost of that particular software application?
The specific cost of the Dexterra system, I have it on my system here, and it does go with other things as well. literally, the committee has to replace every server as one. The last time our servers were replaced were in 2012, so that is a requirement. The Dexterra system, I believe, is at 140,000 right here, and a few other 110,000 labeled under Avatar Datum System software.
Great.
Thank you very much. Ms. Weiss-Field's back. I'll ask one maybe final question if there's time we can continue. You're new as a committee chair, but the Foreign Affairs Committee uniquely has members that represent other committees. Mr. Meeks and I both serve on the Financial Services Committee, for example. Have you been utilizing the deconflict tool, and do you have experience in that, and how has it been working for you?
We have been utilizing the deconflict tool. It's important to us. You mentioned the House Financial Services Committee. That's the best example to use for my committee. As we all know, sometimes members are wavered onto committees. I have more waivers than anybody, probably to the tune of about 7 or 8 more than any other committee. And 7 of those individuals that are on waiver to the House Foreign Affairs Committee come directly from the Financial Services Committee. So that's an easy one to identify as the need to deconflict.
Seeing none, I will now yield 5 minutes for questions to the ranking member.
Thank you. First of all, thank you, Mr. Chair, my partner in optics and photonics in our caucus. Thanks for your work, and good luck to you in your new assignments. And to my dear friend from Queens, thank you for being here. I also want to acknowledge our newest member on this committee is also a member of the Foreign Affairs Committee. So Ms. Johnson is doing double duty in that regard. I do want to ask, and I think the ranking member mentioned this, the 2/3, 1/3 split, which is traditional here, that the minority be given unrestricted access to the resources they need out of that allocation. I noticed the ranking member mentioned this in his comments. Mr. Chairman, are you fully in accord with that?
Absolutely. That's the way the committee will function.
Very good, thank you. I would join with the chair in regards to concerns about cybersecurity issues, so I'm grateful for that. I did want to ask a question related to security. We've seen a number of member threats, and they continue to increase, something our committee is intimately involved in as the Oversight Committee over Capitol Police. And this may not be something, Mr. Chair, that you can answer right now in your new responsibility, but certainly, as we move in the future, we want to make sure that the committee is receiving the necessary security support from United States Capitol Police, Sergeant of Arms, not only when you're convening here in D.C., but if you do field hearings. And as you travel about, please make sure that the chair and I are aware of any lapses, any concerns that you have. We're very, very focused on member security. So I don't know if you want to speak to it now or withhold your comments, but this is something that's important to us.
Mr. Ranking Member, I'd speak to that on 2 fronts. We do not have a large budget for field hearings, really less than $50,000. It's not a big part of the Foreign Affairs Committee. Our foreign travel comes through a different bucket when we're conducting congressional delegations abroad. But there are probably few that deal more with foreign terrorist organizations, cartels, foreign interests in a number of different ways that absolutely puts our members at a risk posed by international actors that in many cases are trained at a high level to conduct espionage, to conduct attacks, to conduct assassinations, to harm individuals, not just as the principals, but our staffs and our families as well, and this is something 100% that we take seriously.
Mr. Morelli, if I could
I'd
add
ask
to
the
just
ranking
that.
member to comment as well.
Yeah, that is extremely important because we've seen, because of the issues that are coming before this committee, members have had threats on a consistent basis, telephone, through emails. Even individuals are demonstrating before their homes or threatening and graffitiing or doing other activities that endangers the members and their families and make them feel insecure. So that members' security at this point in time where we are with all that's going on around the world is extremely important for both sides to make sure that we secure the members and to the degree their homes and their family. That becomes really important.
Good. And I just encourage you to keep us posted of any concerns that you might have. I would ask Ms. Johnson if you have any questions.
Sure. Question. Can't turn this mic on, however. There we go. I noticed that there's a lot of vacant positions here on the employee roster. Do you have anticipations of filling those slots?
Some slots we have removed individuals from. We want to make sure that any individual is the best fit, capable of doing work at the highest possible level, and in the end, not have anybody on that's not, let's say, pulling their weight. So we will make sure that every person that we bring on is vital to accomplishing the mission and not have individuals on that we do not need to accomplish the mission.
So if those funds are not utilized for staff, then what happens to that?
I don't know if we can literally return the fund and what the mechanism is for literally returning, but if it's not used, more than happy to return any unallocated funds.
Trying to understand, I don't know. Okay, thank you.
Yield back.
Chairman yields back. We thank our witnesses for appearing before us today. We look forward to your work this Congress. We'll pause while our next panel arrives.
Thank you. Mr. Meeks?
Thank you.
I welcome our next panel of witnesses, Chairman Wahlberg, Ranking Member Scott of the Education and Workforce Committee. We're moving right along. We're going to manage our time, 5 minutes for questions each, 5 minutes for opening statements. I'll recognize you, Chairman Wahlberg, for 5 minutes for the purpose of an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks to the committee as well. Chairman Stile, Ranking Member Morelli, thank you for giving me the opportunity to testify on behalf of the Committee on Education and Workforce. Ranking Member Bobby Scott, who also is here today, and I share a view that the committee is one of the most important in the House of Representatives because of its jurisdiction not only affects every American, but also because the issues Americans are most concerned about fall into our committee. For example, the committee has jurisdiction over ERISA and welfare plans for 156 million workers, retirees, and dependents. These plans, solvency and dependability are vital for many, and the committee plans to ensure that ERISA funds are safeguarded. The committee has shared jurisdiction over health care. High-quality, low-cost health care is one of the most important issues for Americans, and it's a priority in Congress. The committee also plans to work alongside the Trump administration to return control of education to the states. It's critical this is done so in a way that supports students, teachers, parents, and not bureaucrats. One approach we will use to gather information needed to make important legislative decisions is to hold multiple field hearings. For example, the committee intends to use field hearings to gather information about our nation's K-12 schools, including anti-Semitic discrimination, declining academic achievement, and successful career and technical education and apprenticeship-based programs. Also, the committee may hold field hearings to shine a light on the academic rot and anti-Semitism at colleges that continue to refuse to uphold the law and protect their Jewish students, faculty, and staff. Information gathering is not the only way the committee intends to strengthen its toolbox. The committee will be working to replace approximately a dozen staffers who left to join the Trump administration. The committee also recognizes the Speaker of the House has issued a pay order to raise maximum annual salary to a rate equal to level 2 of the executive schedule, effective January 1, 2025. As such, the committee will need funding to remain competitive in maintaining employees who have policy expertise, oversight experience, or both. Additionally, the committee anticipates the creation of several new positions, including a health care policy director, to help shepherd crucial legislation now that a Republican Senate may increase the likelihood that a greater number of bills may be favorably considered in both chambers. Filling staffing vacancies and with motivated and experienced employees, adding new positions to meet anticipated expansion in legislation that will be sent to the President, increasing the number of hearings and markups and holding multiple field hearings will require additional resources. It is for these reasons that we respectfully submit the committee's budget request, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Chairman Wahlberg. Ranking Member Scott, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Stile, Ranking Member Morelli, and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today as Ranking Member with Chairman Wahlberg to speak in support of our bipartisan budget for the House Committee on Education and Workforce. I want to thank Chairman Wahlberg for developing our committee budget and supporting the request for the 119th Congress, which represents an increase over the last Congress. Although I believe the committee deserves more, I think the increase is sufficient enough to carry out the committee's legislative and oversight responsibilities. Moreover, I support Mr. Wahlberg's desire to hold more remote hearings in members' districts where our issues have an acute impact. Mr. Wahlberg and I want to continue to be role models for our colleagues on how to work in a productive, bipartisan manner. In short, we want to show how you can disagree without being disagreeable. And per the past practice, 1/3 of the budget will be allocated to the minority. It has been the practice of the committee to provide the minority with autonomy over its budget allocation, and I'm confident that Chairman Wahlberg will continue to honor the committee's tradition. Moreover, the committee allocation will allow minority to continue its work with the highest level of professionalism and expertise. As you know, the committee has jurisdiction over matters that impact all walks of life, children, students, workers, and older Americans. By having jurisdiction over all forms of education, workforce, including civil rights and employment and pensions, health care, and other issues such as juvenile justice, child nutrition, and the Older Americans Act. As such, it is imperative that we attract and develop and retain a diverse, highly talented, and credentialed staff who can develop evidence-based policy to improve the lives of the American people. During the 118th Congress, our robust staff worked to present 62 committee hearings, report out 54 bills from the committee, pass 32 bills through the House, and ultimately 5 bills signed by the President. Moving forward in the minority, committee Democrats and our staff will not rest. We pledge to work with Mr. Wahlberg to find areas of commonality, especially in areas of workforce development, juvenile justice, promoting transparency in healthcare billing, and hopefully many other areas. But we will press for the protection of workers' rights to organize, earn livable wages, and work in safe environments free from harassment and discrimination. We'll continue to promote equity in education so that students can learn in a safe, welcoming environment and access high-quality public education that prepares them for the modern economy. We'll also promote food security policies and expansion of affordable health care. In sum, the minority on education and workforce remain committed to our legislative responsibilities to build an economy where everyone can succeed. So I join Chairman Wahlberg in asking the House Administration Committee to support our request, and thank you for the opportunity to testify. Happy to answer any questions, and I yield back.
Thank you very much, Ranking Member Scott. Each side will have 5 minutes for the purpose of asking questions, and I'll be yielding to my colleagues on our side. I recognize myself for 5 minutes. Quick question out of the gate, so we're asking all chairs and ranking members as it relates to cybersecurity, and it's asking, will you commit to having your systems administrator meet with the House CIO team in the first quarter to discuss cybersecurity issues?
Yes.
Thank you very much. First question to you, Chairman Wahlberg. I was reading through and noticed that you created new positions for healthcare policy. Could you elaborate on how those positions will further the work of education and workforce?
Well, in the past, while we had dealings in that area, we had no one specifically given toward attention to that matter. We know that working with the Senate, the opportunity to move things forward in that area, we'd like to enhance our ability to compete and not be seen as the second cousin in the process. We want to expand our capabilities. We want to give it intentionality to it. And frankly, we want to make the Senate deal with the People's House in a way that they haven't had to in the past. Working with the chairman over there, who I respect and have had a friendship over years, yet he's a doctor. we're going to have to stay ahead of the game ourselves.
Thank you very much. Let me now yield to Representative Miller.
Good morning, Chairman. You wrote about resurrecting field hearings in the 119th Congress, and your request includes a substantial travel budget of $1.1 million. Why do you think it is so important that committee members conduct hearings outside of Washington, D.C.? Can you please elaborate on how these hearings will help you further your top agenda items for the committee?
Thank you for that question. I think it's absolutely a necessary thing to go out where the issues are. Our schools aren't here in D.C., specifically in the halls of Congress. What's going on in our colleges and universities with anti-Semitism? We took aggressive action on that last year in the committee, and we achieved some significant results. But I think there are students, as well as trustees, administrators, and hopefully some faculty that want us to see the reality of what's going on. I think the same is true in the workplace. Where are the workers? They're back in the districts. And I think for us to not simply bring in expert witnesses, who we hear often from here around the halls of Congress, but to hear from practitioners in the field will be extremely important. That costs something, we understand that, and we'll use it expeditiously, but I think it would be important for both those individuals involved in education and in workforce areas to see us come to them and hear directly from them.
Great, and I hope to see you in Illinois. Would you please describe the process for putting your budget submission together? What was the biggest factor you took into consideration when preparing your budget request?
I think reality of what we're contending with. I mean, if you look at the fact that we've lost 12 individuals from our committee to administration, we get that. It's an exciting time with opportunities, and they're looking for the best people, and we think we have the best people. But we have to replace that. And so we look at what it's going to cost, and when the Speaker of the House ups the ante with the maximum pay level we have to go to, that puts a reality in place. And so that's what we're looking at. We're not trying to pad. We're trying to just do what's necessary, even as we're attempting to be more efficient with electronic voting, to be able to work better with committees. It's time to upgrade our efforts in the trenches as well.
And I hope that the recent increase in the Speaker's pay order will help you retain your staff. And thank you. And I yield back.
I will now yield to Ms. Lee.
Mr. Chairman, one of the things we do in the Committee on House Administration is try to help committee chairs schedule hearings and do it in a way that's efficient and effective. And I note in your testimony that you mentioned that the deconflict tool was not particularly useful. Could you share with us how we could improve that and make it a better tool for you?
I didn't hear what did I say wasn't helpful?
The deconflict tool for committee hearing scheduling. How could we improve that so that it's more helpful to you?
Well, I think it comes down to chairman understanding that that's an effort to make things happen more efficiently. I think we have to accept the fact that while Bobby and I believe that this is an A committee and it's most important for our people to be there, we're dealing with life situations, we have to conform to the necessities of each committee. That's why we've gone this year to electronic voting. We'll be trying that tomorrow for the first time in committee, so committees, chairmen can work together and say, you give me 30 minutes, I'll have that done. You give me 20 minutes, I'll have that done. We'll get your people back to your committee.
Thank you very much. I now recognize the ranking member, Mr. Morelli, for 5 minutes for the purpose of asking questions.
Thank you. Thank you. First of all, congratulations, Mr. Chair. As a former member of your committee, I'm excited for the work that you both do.
You're welcome
and all
back.
the members do. And I'm happy to hear about your thoughts about expanding some of the work that the committee does on healthcare policy, which I think is very, very necessary. So good for you for taking that on, both of you. I do want to go back to something I think the ranking member, my friend Mr. Scott, mentioned, which is the 2/3, 1/3 split. Ms. Chair, I just want to make sure that I understand whether or not you're prepared to give unrestricted access to the minority for the dollars that they control in the budget?
I believe that has been the policy over the years, and I don't plan to change that. I think Bobby and I, number one, we're good friends,
Yeah.
and we're good friends enough that we can agree to disagree at times, but we can also agree to work together.
Very good. And Mr. Scott, are you comfortable that that's the arrangement you have?
That's been the tradition of the committee, and I don't expect a change.
Good. I would like you both to comment a little bit. I know that the administration has talked about dismantling the Department of Education, clearly something that comes under your jurisdiction. If you could just talk a little bit about how the resources here will help ensure adequate oversight of administrative policy when it comes particularly to the Department of Education.
We're Article 1. We have the most significant powers in the Constitution. We're not going to relinquish that. We'll take all the help we can, resources from the outside, new eyes on the subjects, new capabilities using AI, algorithms, whatever. But in the end, I'm committed as chairman of this committee to make the decisions based on a reality of what we can do with the House of Representatives. And while I may share some of the similar goals and ideas of this administration, I understand that in the end, 218 votes are needed here in the House, and then the Senate has the challenge as well. So what can we do to foster education and workforce in the most positive way possible in the reality that we have?
Mr. Scott, do you have any thoughts on the subject of adequate oversight, whether you have the resources?
I'm sorry, say again?
Whether you feel there's adequate resource to conduct appropriate oversight.
I would rather have more, but I think we can fulfill our mission with the budget as it is.
Good. And, Mr. Chairman, thank you for your comments on Article 1 responsibility, something that I think we all need to be really mindful of at this point. I want to close my questions, particularly in light of the fact that you intend to do many field hearings. I want to just make sure that you feel you have adequate security support from the United States Capitol Police and the Sergeant of Arms. I've asked this of the previous, and I'll ask each of the chairs and ranking members. And in this case, Mr. Chairman, you haven't had any field hearings yet, but I would urge you to just make sure you stay in close contact with Chairman Stile and myself. We have oversight of the Capitol Police, and I'm increasingly concerned about threats against members and staff, both here in D.C. and as we travel. So I would just ask for your commitment to stay in touch with us, particularly as it relates to security.
I appreciate the offer, and we indeed will, even having issues in my district this week where we've had to deal with that security issue on several occasions. Yeah, we're going to do what's necessary to make sure that our team that goes out is as safe as we possibly can be. And if we can't be assured of that, we won't be going out.
Very good. I'm not sure, Ms. Johnson?
Mr. Chairman, I just want to applaud you on bolstering healthcare policy in the committee. I think there's a lot of ERISA reform that can happen in that regard, and I applaud your assertion of the priority of the House over the Senate. I think that's outstanding. I do have a quick question. I see that you have a Civil Rights Council as a vacant position. Do you intend on fulfilling that role?
The Civil Rights Council
Yes, sir.
position?
Yes, sir.
We will do what's necessary to administer appropriately the civil rights issue and concerns, including using the Justice Department as necessary as well.
Yeah, you have a budget item to hire a Civil Rights Council in the budget, and I was just wondering if you're planning on hiring and fulfilling that role.
I think that's up to the administrative committee. If you give us the resources to do that, we will do that.
Okay, thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Concludes our questions. Chairman Wahlberg, Ranking Member Scott, we appreciate you being here today. We look forward to the really important work of your committee. We'll pause while the panel exits and the new panel arrives.
I understand, but I want to listen.
So it's Christmas.
I mean, if I have questions, I want to know. I know, but I want you. One of the things you need to learn about.
Do we have any idea where Mr. Hoffman is? I think we should dock the committee. I think we should dock the committee. Or more.
It won't be 2/3, 1/5. That's just fine.
That's fair.
Mr. Westerman will support a
That might be fair. That might, hard for me to,
Council vacant.
all in favor of 100%, 0%? Hand.
well, I said dock them. I didn't say wipe them out.
Totally.
$152 hearings and 21 full committee markups. We also passed over 90 bills on the House floor, many of which were bipartisan bills that went on to become law. Last Congress, we also held 14 field hearings. That's the most of any House committee, including a field hearing in Guam, where we examined the malign influence of the Chinese Communist Party in the Indo-Pacific region, a critical discussion as Congress worked to reauthorize the Compacts of Free Association with the freely associated states of Palau, the Federated States of Micronesia, and the Republic of the Marshall Islands. In the first 19 days of the 119th Congress, the Natural Resources Committee has already moved 16 bills across the House floor. Yet, while we are historically at the top of the list for the legislative activity and have jurisdiction spanning from the Arctic Circle to the Marianas Trench and across all 50 states and territories, we fall to number 12 amongst committees when it comes to funding levels. We're requesting a budget increase of 10% for this 2-year period based on authorized levels for 2024. This funding will allow the committee to attract and retain talented staff, fund a robust agenda of field hearings and site visits, and replace our 2 committee servers, which is estimated to cost $100,000. Natural Resources has 69 staff positions for majority, minority, and nonpartisan staff. Our extremely hardworking and ambitious staff has expertise on issues vital to our nation, including energy and critical minerals production, forest management, catastrophic wildfires, management of our nation's fisheries and ocean resources, and the federal government's trust responsibility to Indian tribes. Having the means to recruit and retain dedicated staff is paramount to our work on behalf of the American people and to the committee's success. A priority for me this Congress is for the Natural Resources Committee to continue bringing Congress to the people. Issues involving natural resources are ones you really need to experience outside the Beltway. We have our first field hearing scheduled for April 4th in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, to examine matters relating to health care and economic development in Indian country. The best way for Congress to make good policy decisions is to get in the field and understand matters on a local level. With jurisdictions spanning from forests all across the country to the deserts of the Southwest and from the North Slope of Alaska to the far-off islands of the South Pacific, robust funding for travel is needed to implement our ambitious agenda and afford as many committee members as possible the opportunity to participate. Maintaining an aggressive legislative agenda supported by skilled staff and executing the committee's field agenda will require investments in both the committee's personnel and travel budgets. Thank you again for the opportunity to develop and explain this budget request. You do have a critical task, and your decision will impact the work we do at the Committee on Natural Resources. I ask for your favorable consideration and look forward to answering any questions you may have, and I yield back.
Thank you, Chairman Westerman. Ranking Member Huffman, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Morelli, members of the committee. I am glad to be here with Chairman Westerman to ask for your support for our Natural Resource Committee's budget for the 119th Congress. I am honored to take on the new responsibility of serving as ranking member of this important committee. It is difficult to overstate the importance of the work this committee does. Our jurisdiction is vast. It includes vital issues that go to the heart of so many people's lives. We oversee the people's public lands and waters, including for conservation, recreation, development, and the prevention and management of wildfires. We are stewards of the sovereignty of the tribal nations that were here long before this country was founded. We have the responsibility of promoting the self-determination and well-being of the U.S. territories and the freely associated states. We're at the center of the federal efforts towards environmental justice, and we are a vital component of any response to the climate crisis. Our committee oversees national parks, wildlife refuges, fisheries, our water resources in places of severe drought. We conduct oversight of the Endangered Species Act, the National Environmental Policy Act, and an array of other bedrock statutes. And as you see in our budget request, we also value the importance of traveling to communities that are impacted by the decisions that we make, and to see for ourselves the lands and the waters that the American people have entrusted to our stewardship. I'm also cognizant that our funding resources come from taxpayers, and we should use them efficiently. Our committee is usually one of the most active on legislation in the Congress. In my short time as ranking member, I've already managed 2 bills on the floor and 2 sets of suspensions. The members and the staff of this committee are incredibly productive and work very hard. Although, and this will not come as a shock, Chairman Westerman and I have some disagreements on policy, strong ones, but we do agree on the importance of our shared work and that sustaining this level and quality of activity requires a full roster of majority, minority, and nonpartisan staff. We want to attract and keep the most knowledgeable, skilled, and dedicated public servants, and the budget resources we're requesting will help us to do the best possible work that we can for the American people. I also know Mr. Westerman understands the importance of resources for the minority, having himself been ranking member previously. So we have a lot of work ahead of us. I want to thank you again for allowing us to present our budget request today. Chair Westerman and I are pleased to join together in this request, and thank you for your consideration. I yield back.
Thank you very much. We appreciate both of your testimony. I'll recognize myself for 5 minutes for the purpose of asking questions. I'll ask one question out of the gates before I yield to Mr. Carey. One question we're asking all chair and ranking members as it relates to cybersecurity is, will you, Chairman Westerman, and the ranking member both commit to having your systems administrators meet with the House CIO team in the first quarter to discuss cybersecurity issues?
Yes, we're already doing that. We're working with the House cybersecurity team members, and we welcome the opportunity to meet with the CIO or anybody else when it comes to cybersecurity.
Thank you very much. Ranking member, you agree as well?
I would welcome that, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll now yield to Mr. Carey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One of the things that you mentioned in your questionnaire, and I'm just trying to go through it, was the field hearings and the on-site educational opportunities with the increased oversight with the visits among some of your highest priorities. And I would agree with this, because I think if you're looking, having been in the mining industry myself, not being able to be on the ground, that's something that you just can't teach in a classroom. So I think it's really important. So, but one of the things that, when I was going through your testimonies, are there any additional resources that your committee would need to perform some of these on-site functions at all?
Well, thank you, Representative Carey. And the main thing is just funding to get more people out into the field and to do more field visits. We're not always doing a field hearing when we go to the field. A lot of it's educational. We did a trip last year where we went to the Yale Forest and spent a day out in the forest learning about good forestry practices. We travel and have we pick up information that's beneficial to us formulating policy. But when we do have field hearings, the only thing I can think of that we would need extra is with the House recording studio. To have the House recording studio there gives a very much higher quality video stream than if we're trying to make do. And when we're in session weeks and we have a field hearing, it's tough to get the House recording studio to get out in the field and get set up for the hearing. So if there's some way to bolster the resources of the House recording studio, that could help us out.
Yields back. Yield to Dr. Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a question just about field hearings, because I think your committee, among some of the others, are most germane about going out and seeing what's going on in the country and into our beautiful land. Do you guys have any plans to go out and look at the California wildfires, the conditions that made them worse, et cetera, just as something to help prevent disasters again in the future?
Dr. Murphy, we actually had a field hearing at Yosemite in this previous Congress, and we find ourselves in California quite often because there's so many resource issues out there. Don't have anything on the books to go to Southern California right now, but it's certainly an opportunity that if the need came up, we would welcome going out there. I'm more focused on going to areas that haven't burned yet and looking at ways to keep things from happening like happened down in Southern California.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I'll now recognize the minority, Ms. Johnson, for 5 minutes for purpose of asking questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One of the things that we're just wanting to confirm is the 2/3, 1/3 split to make sure that the minority will have full unrestricted access to the resources that you need. And will you both commit to that?
Yes, and as Ranking Member Huffman said, I've been in the ranking member position before, and I know it's important to have funding when you're in the minority, and I wouldn't want to set a precedent for something in the far, far distant future.
And I have received that assurance, and I believe Mr. Westerman, so we're happy with it. Not happy with it. I mean, we're three seats short of a majority here, and we're getting 1/3, but we'll live with it.
The other issue is when you have your field hearings, we just want to make sure that you are safe and secure and that you will advise the committee on your needs of Capitol Police to make sure that you have adequate safety when you're out and about. Unfortunately, we don't live in the safest of times. We have people out there that want to do us harm. And we just want to make sure that you keep the committee apprised and that you advise us of any security needs that you may have.
Yeah, that's very important, and we coordinate with Capitol Police and usually with various amounts of local law enforcement. If we're in a national park, you got the Park Service Police, but then you've also got local law enforcement in the areas that we go. But we're very cognizant of that, and we'll continue to coordinate with the committee and Capitol Police on that.
Yeah, well, I applaud you for getting out and about. I think too often there's a huge disconnect from the country in D.C., and it's great that so many of the committees are wanting to expand their field hearings. And I think it's the role you do in particular that's fantastic. So thank you. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. Appreciate you both testifying before us today. You have very important work on the Committee on Natural Resources, and appreciate you coming in with us today. We'll pause while the witness panel exits. Let's start with you, Chairman Green, for 5 minutes.
Sounds good. Thank you, Chairman Stile and Ranking Member Morrell and members of the committee.
and I thank my ranking member for the work that he's put in over the years. 20, how many years you been on this committee? Since it was created. So, been a while. I want to thank you for the leadership of this committee and the work that you guys do to make the business of the People's House possible. The decisions you make have a real and tangible impact on the ability of all congressional committees to carry out the legislative duties of this House, and your efforts are greatly appreciated by all of us at the House Committee on Homeland Security. In the 119th Congress, the Committee on Homeland Security will build upon our work from the previous Congress to oversee and improve the federal government's third largest department. The Department of Homeland Security and its component agencies, including Customs and Border Protection, the Coast Guard, Cyber Security and Infrastructure Security Agency, the Transportation Security Agency, our administration, the Secret Service and Immigration and Customs Enforcement play critical roles in securing the homeland's land, maritime, and cyber borders, countering terrorist threats, combating transnational criminal organizations, and responding to major disasters. Across all of these agencies and support components, DHS has over 260,000 employees and a budget of more than $70 billion, in addition to nearly $40 billion in disaster relief and supplemental appropriations for FEMA in FY 2024 alone. The threats to the homeland are ever present and come from many different actors. In just last year, we've witnessed major cyber attacks such as Salt Typhoon, an assassination attempt that nearly took the life of President Trump in Butler, Pennsylvania, last month's terrorist attack in New Orleans, and devastating natural disasters that have destroyed homes and communities in North Carolina, Florida, California, and in my home state of Tennessee. By supporting the Homeland Security Committee, you will enable the committee to take an active role in overseeing and evaluating the efforts of DHS to safeguard the American people. In the 118th Congress, the Homeland Security Committee held a total of 87 hearings and ordered 57 bills to be reported with a favorable recommendation. Over the next 2 years, the committee plans to continue its agenda of developing and advancing legislation on issues ranging from border security and counterterrorism to strengthening our cyber workforce and protecting our nation's critical infrastructure. The committee's budget request focuses on recruiting and retaining critical talent to support an aggressive agenda of legislative and oversight activities across the committee's jurisdiction. Additionally, the Committee on Homeland Security requires resources to travel, to engage with DHS personnel serving on the front lines of operations to protect the homeland in a variety of roles and agencies, and we are planning an active schedule of site visits and investigative travel to inform our legislative work with the observations and information gained from these visits. Furthermore, during the 118th Congress, events such as the attempted assassination on President Trump in Butler and the aftermath of hurricane damage in North Carolina necessitated site visits to be arranged at short notice for members of the committee staff in order to further the committee's oversight responsibilities following these situations. Investing in the Committee on Homeland Security will equip the committee to carry out its critical legislative role with respect to the important mission of DHS. In a world where the United States faces serious and complex threats to the homeland, this mission to protect the American people requires a strong commitment to ensuring that the Department of Homeland Security is prepared to carry out the responsibilities entrusted to it by Congress and act as a sound steward of taxpayer dollars. As we pursue this task, we will manage our resources responsibly, with an aim toward maximizing the value that we contribute to Congress and the security of the American people. Thank you for your consideration of our funding request, and I look forward to answering any questions you may have about this request.
Thank you, Chairman Green. Ranking Member Thompson, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Stile and Ranking Member Morelli. I appreciate the opportunity to come before you to speak in support of the Committee on Homeland Security's funding request. I've been on the committee for over 20 years, where it was started in 2003 as a temporary select committee formed to oversee the newly created Department of Homeland Security, has matured into a standing panel with broad oversight and growing legislative responsibilities. In the committee's earliest days, our work was primarily focused on bolstering security and information sharing to prevent future attacks by foreign terrorist organizations like Al-Qaeda. Today, with the threat landscape far more divisive and complex, our oversight responsibilities have expanded to include DHS's efforts to detect, prevent, and respond to threats posed by domestic violent extremists, transnational criminal organizations, and hostile nation states, cybersecurity, the security of our air, land, and sea borders, the security of air, rail, mass transit, pipelines, and all other transportation modes, emergency preparedness, response and recovery, nuclear, biological, radiological, chemical, and explosive threats. We've conducted site visits throughout the country, including visits to the border. We've also held field hearings in various members' districts. This Congress, with additional resources, we are well positioned to build on the committee's longstanding record and to increase our oversight of DHS's efforts in the field as well as international engagement with foreign partners. We know that we cannot predict when the natural disaster or terrorist attack on our soil will occur, so increased resources will improve our ability to conduct timely, robust oversight in the field when necessary. I can say with certainty that Democratic members of the committee are concerned about border security and will travel to the border to speak with local stakeholders and Border Patrol agents. Also, given the recent terrorist attack in New Orleans, the committee must have more oversight of soft targets, vehicular attacks, and terrorism inspired by ISIS. Further, given the devastating disasters such as tornadoes in North Carolina and the wildfires in California, the committee will need to continue to direct its attention to oversight of disaster recovery and response. Mr. Chairman and Mr. Ranking Member, this year marks the 20th anniversary of Hurricane Katrina, and disaster response and resiliency is still an ongoing issue in many areas of the country, including my district, which is still rebuilding from a tragic storm that occurred in March of 2023. I hope the committee can contribute to creating more pathways for equitable response for disasters. On the legislative front, an increase in budgetary resources will help ensure the committee has adequate resources to advance timely legislative initiatives. Going into the 119th Congress, we'll be looking to build upon achievements from previous Congresses. I do not need to tell you that it takes a lot of staff and resources to carry all the great oversight and legislative work we do. Those staff deserve to be compensated appropriately for their work. With respect to CHS, I'm fortunate to have Hope Goins lead the talented and diverse professionals who make up the Democratic staff. Thank you for allowing me to testify in support of the budget proposal Chairman Green submitted. The resources sought are critical to ensuring the committee can continue to effectively carry out its responsibility as the primary authorizer of the nation's third largest federal department. With that, I yield for any questions.
Thank you very much. Gentleman yields back. Appreciate both of your testimony, Chairman Green, Ranking Member Thompson. I'll begin. I yield to myself for 5 minutes for the purpose of asking questions. I'll be yielding amongst my colleagues. Out of the gates, I've asked every chair and ranking member the same question, which is, can you both commit to having your systems administrator meet with the House CIO team in the first quarter to discuss cybersecurity issues?
Well, that's a great question. Thank you for asking it. And the answer is an absolute yes. Cybersecurity is one of my big issues in this current role, and a big concern for me. I often consider it our nation's, I guess, fourth border. It is critical, and obviously we've had congressmen compromised before with the Microsoft hit, so we will work very closely with CIO.
Thank you. Yes, also, Mr. Thompson?
Yes.
Thank you. Chair Green, I'm gonna want to dive in because you'd have a lot of travel scheduled. You've also done a lot of travel last Congress, and I want to get your feedback on your experience and the importance of having boots on the ground, not only to inform staff but members as well about the issues that are taking place at the U.S.-Mexico border. Could you share with us some of your perspective of the importance of having boots on the ground, both at the staff and member level?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm informed by my years in the military of the leader's reconnaissance going to the ground, looking at the ground before you plan the mission. Obviously, you can't sometimes in the military, so you rebuild the sand table, or you rebuild the building and do your models in order to train and prepare for what you have to do. There is nothing replacing the leader's boots on the ground. And I can cite a very specific example when it came to the Butler assassination attempt. You know, standing where the president stood and looking at that building, every single person, and it was a huge group of us from the committee that went, Republicans and Democrats, standing in that site going, oh my gosh, this was a massive failure. And so in our oversight and in our policy responsibilities to the country, being able to stand there and look at it is critical. We did a field hearing at the border. That was one of our first activities last Congress, and it was very helpful. And here in a few weeks, we'll be doing a trip to Palo Alto for cybersecurity. So.
Thank you very much. I'll yield to Representative Bice.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In your request, you mentioned that it would be helpful if the House provided more committee-specific type of training, as most of the training that is put on is actually geared towards personal offices. What type of committee training would you be interested in seeing?
One of the challenges for us in, say, for example, and this is just an example, cybersecurity, is AI and how AI is being used to pit machine against machine. And so our staff, both on the right and the left, have to grapple with how AI is being utilized, right? So we could bring committee or witnesses in and the staff get educated that way. But it would be really good to be able to send folks to the MIT course, the 4 to 6 week course at MIT. These types of trainings make a huge impact for the staff for two reasons. One, it makes them better at doing their job, and two, it helps us retain them. When we invest in our people, they want to stay on the team. And I believe the ranking member would agree with me on that. So that's one example of some committee-specific training that could happen for our folks.
Thank you. With that, I yield back.
We could have a broader conversation, but some of the adjustments we've made inside the REAP may provide some of that funding opportunity as it relates to staff, which I think is a real reason that we're making those types of adjustments to make sure that we have adequate funding for staff training. Before our time expires, I'd just love to touch base in particular on the importance of the pay scale. In particular, when we look at the administration, maybe, as we've seen in other committees, maybe it's the case in your committee as well, where members of your committee, experienced staff members, are now joining the Trump administration on how that compensation piece is impacting your ability to retain staff.
Well, it's not just the new administration or the changeover there. It's, there is a labor workforce shortage in the country. And folks who work on committees, I've discovered this in my time, my few years here, came in with you, of course, and we're going on 7 years now. But our committee staff seems to be more broadly developed, and our congressional staff, our committee staff, they become experts, and they become highly sought after. And so their salaries have to adjust to keep pace with, what's happening in corporate America. So not just the administration, although that is an issue. We have a challenge because we have experts in fields that become very marketable for salaries that are much higher than what we probably could ever attain, but that buffer becomes service to the country. But at some point, an individual goes, gosh, this could be life-changing for my family. I've served. I'm going to go work. So the more competitive we can make it, the better folks we get to keep.
Thank you very much. I'll now recognize the ranking member, Mr. Morelli, for 5 minutes to ask questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Ranking Member, for being here. I want to start with I know the traditional split among committees is 2/3 majority, 1/3 minority, but I also am cognizant of the fact that most committees allow the minority unrestricted access to their funds, and I want to make sure, Mr. Chairman, that that's something that you'll continue to recognize.
Absolutely.
And Mr. Thompson, are you confident, have an agreement with the chairman?
We have agreement.
Is that well? I'd like to ask you both to just comment on the requested budget, providing you with the adequate resources to be able to enhance and build oversight capabilities. There's a lot going on in terms of Homeland Security, as you both rightly identified, and I continue to want to make sure that our Article I responsibilities of oversight are protected, our prerogatives are protected as a Congress, and we're doing everything we can to make sure that adequate oversight exists. So if you could just talk about, within your budget request, how comfortable you feel that you have the resources to continue to provide that Article I oversight responsibility.
The budget request we put in this cycle is reflective of a great deal of oversight that happened last time, and we are committed to continuing that same level of oversight. And it's informed by what we did last cycle. So I think the answer to that is yes, we'll be very aggressive in that area.
I wonder if the ranking member has any comment in that regard.
Well, you know, we have a standing oversight committee. It's staffed, but in conjunction with that, sometimes members and staff need to go out in the field, see what's occurring, and some of it occurs with respect to disasters, which we know will happen. We just can't predict when, but we need to have the resources to do the necessary oversight, especially with disasters. But with cyber coming nonstop, we need to have the responsibility to be as fast and nimble in that response.
Very good. Last thing, as it relates to, and you've done a number of field hearings, I want to make sure that you feel comfortable, first of all, with security arrangements for members and staff traveling. There's been increased threat assessments that we've gotten from U.S. Capitol Police as well as the Sergeant of Arms. Any concerns about that? And if not, just an open invitation to make sure you communicate, both of you, with the chair and with me, so that we can make sure that members and staff, as you travel around the country, are safe. And I don't know if you wanted to comment on that at all.
No, I can't thank you enough for that question. And let me apologize for mispronouncing your name at the beginning. Yeah, no, I can't thank you enough for that question. We think about that all the time. But, you know, your security posture should be driven by the threat at the time. And so I think if either of us have a concern, we're going to come talk to both of you and get the resources that we need.
Very good. I want to, I meant to identify Ms. Johnson is also a member of the Homeland Security Committee. She's very busy, our newest member here. She's serving on 3 different committees. I want to make sure that she and Ms. Torres have, if they have any questions.
I don't have a question. I just want to say thank you both for the work that you do. I was once a member of the Homeland Security. I like to sleep at night. I like to talk about my work, so I left that committee because I just did not like being in classified briefings. You have to work really hard to keep us safe in the Homeland, and I hope that this is one area where we can work in a bipartisan way. Thank you again, Chairman and Ranking Member Thompson. Now you're back.
I just want to make a comment on the importance of the field hearings. I had the privilege to go to New Orleans on a field hearing, a mission just to inspect for the Super Bowl, and I found it immensely helpful. I learned so much to meet with all the various law enforcement agencies to see how hard they're working to keep us safe and the security there, and it came off without a hitch. You know, it was very informative for me, and so just to say how significant these hearings are, and I'm looking forward to getting to the border and some of these other issues, but I just think they're really important. I'm really glad that you, Mr. Chairman, and Mr. Ranking Member are, you know, facilitating those opportunities for us.
Yeah, we have our border boot camp for any member. All the new members will get to go, a personal invitation, but really anyone who wants to go can go. And that's March 17th through 19th, so.
I yield back, Mr. Chair.
Jim Neal's back. We appreciate your testimony, Chairman Green, Ranking Member Thompson. Really important work before you this Congress. We appreciate you being here. We will pause while the witness panel exits.
Norma, are you going to be here for a few minutes? Norma?
No.
You're not.
Did you need,
Go
you
get
want,
some-
oh, go ahead, go, go.
2
Yeah.
minutes.
Yeah, yeah. 1 second. I'm sorry, I thought meant for like for the duration, no.
No, no.
I'm sorry, okay.
Let's grab one. Right now. It's funny, I talked to our caucus, and I was just much happy to be over there. Just be up there.
And we are joined by our next panel, Space Science and Technology Committee. We welcome you, Chairman Babin, and congratulations on your chairmanship. Ranking Member Lofgren, welcome back to the Committee on House Administration's hearing room. It's good to have you here. We miss you here on the Committee on House Administration. We'll recognize each of you for 5 minutes for an opening statement. Then we'll do 5 minutes of questioning on each side, and then yield between our colleagues. I'll now recognize you, Chairman Babin, for 5 minutes for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. It's good to be here with you all. Appreciate it. And Ranking Member Morelli, it's good to sit next to you at the inauguration the other day, too.
Indeed, sir.
Yes, sir. Well, Chairman Style, Ranking Member Morelli, thank you so much for the opportunity to testify today regarding the budgetary needs of our House Committee on Science, Space, and Technology, also known as SST. And it's a privilege to serve as chairman of a committee dedicated to advancing America's leadership in science, in innovation, in space exploration. And I appreciate your consideration of our request for increased funding to support our committee's vital work going forward. I want to begin by thanking my colleague, Ranking Member Zoe Lofgren from California, for her cooperation in building out the SST budget request. Thank you to you and your staff for working with us. Our shared commitment to ensuring the committee operates effectively is essential, and I deeply appreciate her partnership. Under my leadership, I will absolutely maintain Ranking Member Lofgren and the minority that they will have a full 1/3 share of the committee's budget and staff allocations. SST oversees federal research, space policy, and energy innovation, critical areas for national security and economic competitiveness. And when I look at the at your membership up there, I know there's a lot of folks that are interested in those issues. To fulfill our mission, we must recruit and retain highly qualified staff, conduct thorough investigations, and engage with stakeholders nationwide. One of the most pressing challenges that we face is the need to offer competitive salaries to attract and retain the top talent, especially in the fields that we have jurisdiction over. Staff with science, engineering, research backgrounds demand higher salaries, and the job market for these individuals is highly competitive. The reality is, without appropriate compensation, this committee will lose experienced professionals to the private sector or over to the executive branch, which specifically carves out special compensation packages for individuals with these backgrounds. Our committee must be able to recruit and retain qualified staff with the expertise necessary for sound policy making and oversight. Failing to offer competitive salaries will weaken SST's ability to legislate effectively on extremely complex issues. A key component of our budget request for funding is funding for increased travel, including 2 field hearings per subcommittee for the 119th Congress. Given the rapidly evolving nature of this committee's issues, we also plan to retain funding for 2 additional field hearings so that committee can promptly respond to an emergency or to a critical event. I strongly believe that firsthand engagement is critical, especially as we work to inform and include new members of the committee. Field hearings allow us to interact directly with scientists, engineers, and industry leaders, providing deeper insights into challenges and opportunities. From research laboratories to commercial spaceflight facilities, travel is vital to have effective oversight. As chairman, I am committed to being a responsible steward of our taxpayers' monies. Every request that we make is based on a clear need to enhance the committee's ability to accomplish our mission, and that is to serve the American people. We are not seeking additional funding frivolously, but to ensure that we fulfill our oversight and legislative responsibilities at the highest standards. The issues within the Science, Space, and Technology Committee's jurisdiction are more pressing now than ever before. Rapid advancements in artificial intelligence, space exploration, quantum computing, energy innovation require proactive legislative efforts to keep up with our enemies, if you want to say. These fields are not just about technological progress. They are about national security. They are about economic prosperity and maintaining America's leadership in global science and innovation. And for these reasons, as laid out by my formal budget submission, I respectfully request an increase in the committee's budget. This investment will allow us to retain top-tier staff, conduct essential travel and field hearings, and provide the necessary resources to advance American leadership in science and technology. I appreciate so much your time, Mr. Chairman, and members of the committee, and look forward to working with you all to ensure that our committee has the resources necessary to continue the important work that we do. And so with that, I would welcome your questions.
Thank you, Chairman Babin. Ranking Member Lofgren, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Stile and Ranking Member Morelli. It's good to be back in the hearing room where we had so many wonderful experiences. At the outset, I'd like to say that Chairman Babin and his staff collaborated with me and my staff in formulating this request, and I fully support it. Because we're in agreement, I will keep my remarks brief. The Science Committee bore the brunt of some very steep committee budget cuts from the year 2010 to 2013. The committee's budget was cut by over 26%, and that's not even accounting for inflation. Although in recent years, the House Admin Committee has tried to consistently increase the Science Committee's budget, which is very much appreciated. The Science Committee's budget in real dollars has only just begun to recover from those cuts. Last year was the first year where our budget was as high as the budget in 2010, and that's in real dollars, not adjusted for inflation. The budgets of the federal agencies that the Science Committee oversees have seen very large increases in recent years through increased regular appropriations. While I was a strong supporter of this increased funding, we need to be good stewards of the taxpayers' money for these programs, and quite frankly, I think that will be hard to do without bringing on additional professional staff to the committee to conduct oversight. The last point I'd like to make, and it's the same that our chairman has made, is that the quality of the staff is also a factor in our ability to conduct oversight. Due to the highly technical programs the Science Committee oversees, we need the people with specialized expertise, and I'll say the majority of my staff have advanced degrees or backgrounds in the technical fields that they oversee. We simply have to be able to offer candidates competitive salaries if we want to retain our current staff and attract qualified professionals to the Science Committee. As just one example, as the chairman has mentioned, we're heavily focused on the issue of artificial intelligence. This is a very serious competitive priority for our country with regards to communist China. Bringing on qualified staff who understands this issue is not cheap, but it's vital for us to ensure our public policy keeps us competitive in this emerging field. The budget that Chairman Babin and I have jointly submitted would allow the committee to fully staff up and conduct the skilled oversight of the technical programs within our jurisdiction, and, as been mentioned, would also allow for increased site visits to our nation's various laboratories and field centers, which is critically important for effective oversight. The minority side alone has 9 new members this Congress, and it's important for members and staff to undertake oversight visits to government research facilities and laboratories under the jurisdiction of the committee. It's been years since members or staff have visited some of those facilities, and it's important that our policy initiatives be informed by an understanding of the actual work being undertaken at our federal laboratories and research universities. I want to thank you for allowing me to testify. I'm happy to answer any questions, and I yield back.
Thank you, Ranking Member Lofgren. We'll now take 5 minutes each for the majority and minority for questions, yielding between our colleagues. I'll now recognize myself for 5 minutes for the purpose of asking questions. A question that I've asked every chair and ranking member, simple yes or no, as it relates to cybersecurity. Will you commit to having your systems administrator meet with the House's CIO team in the first quarter to discuss cybersecurity issues?
Absolutely, yes.
Yes.
Thank you very much. I will yield to Dr. Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and congratulations, Dr. Babin. You'll do a great job. I miss my days back on science and technology. Actually, given my past, I love a good science thing. Codels. As you guys move forward, we've seen the request more and more. You've asked for $1.7 million. You used $100,000 last session. Can you tell us a little bit more about why you feel this is needed, what you plan to do, et cetera?
Absolutely. You're asking me, right?
You are the chairman.
We are absolutely in need of more travel. Last Congress, in the 118th, our committee chair was injured severely by a bull. And I don't think that we took a single congressional delegation trip. I'm not sure. I think we might have had some field hearings, but the travel was absolutely, basically zero. And you can confirm that if you would. But we need to, with what is going on worldwide when it comes to space, when it comes to science, when it comes to the technological developments and advancements by searching, I said enemies a while ago, by our adversaries, we certainly need to get out and travel and find out weather reporting, meteorology, satellites, you name it. We have to go and get our feet on the ground and talk to the folks that are necessary to get this information to help. It's vital information that is national security.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Anybody else? I'll jump in. Let me follow up with you on that, Chairman Babin.
Sure.
In Ranking Member Lofgren, welcome to join in here. When we think about retaining staff, in particular in the space of AI, I think that's an area that is absolutely critical. I know it's an area you're studying. It's a challenge to find staff members with expertise in that space. How do you think about retention of staff in that regard?
Well, this is something that's extremely important, and we addressed it in our opening statements, Mr. Chairman. I think that this is a cutting-edge development that if we fail to take the lead or keep our lead, I should say. I think we're in the lead right now, but we have adversaries that are absolutely intent on replacing and supplanting us as the number one power, and AI is going to be huge. So we have to have the personnel working for us that can address these developments, and so that we can keep abreast, not only abreast, but out in front of these developments. We have very good staff members. We have members who sit on our committee who are well versed in AI. I'm not going to tell you that I'm an expert in AI, but I can tell you that I'm well aware of the importance of it as we move forward. And we use AI every day. Most people don't even realize, what the things that we do in everyday life that absolutely has that function. So we got to keep the right people working at the committee, Mr. Chairman and members. And so that's why we have asked for this increase in our budget.
Thank you very much.
I would just add that on the minority side, we have individuals with advanced degrees on the area of AI, quantum, as well as fusion, which are the three elements where we're in a race with China. They love the work. They're committed to public policy, but they also have to, support their families. So we have to at least have a stab in the direction of competitiveness. They could all earn a lot more in the private sector, and I'm glad that they're willing to stick with us. And I will say our staffs work very well together, and the Republican staff is also very skilled and
Thank you very much. I yield back. I'll recognize the ranking member for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Chair. Congratulations, and I did indeed appreciate the time we got to spend together on Inauguration Day as a member of CJS on the Appropriations Committee. This is, we have many mutual interests, so I appreciate that. And of course, it's always great to see my friend and the former chair of this committee here, Ms. Lofgren. I want to just quickly, some questions I've asked each of the committee chairs as it relates to, and I think, Mr. Chairman, you mentioned the 2/3, 1/3 split. Just want to make sure that you're going to continue the tradition of allowing independents of the minority to spend their money in the way that they feel is appropriate.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I am interested, I talked a little bit about our Article 1 responsibilities as oversight. Clearly, in the case of the administration with particularly someone who is very, very involved in the space with SpaceX, who is also now a special governmental employee, whether you feel you have adequate resource in the committee to discharge your Article 1 responsibilities of oversight. And I know there could be conflicts and challenges, but do you feel this adequately funds your ability to dispense our responsibilities as Congress for oversight of the administration, particularly in the critical areas you mentioned?
I think our budget is sufficient for that, yes.
Very good. Ms. Lofgren, does ranking member have any comments?
Well, we've had kind of a fire hose experience here these last few weeks. I do think that the training we were recently offered on whistleblowers is very helpful, because certainly there are people who want to explain what they're seeing inside the science enterprise. We've had a hearing on just last week, and we're having another one tomorrow on where we are in the science enterprise. I would be lying if I didn't note that I have some grave concerns about some of the activities in the last few weeks and their impact on our competitiveness. We are in a race with the Communist Party of China, and kneecapping the science enterprise is not going to help us win that fight. But I do think, I'll say in the last Congress, I'd say all but one of the bills in the committee was passed unanimously. We worked very closely to have bipartisan agreement on each and every matter, and the chairman and I talk frequently, and we have every hope that that past experience was not just the last Congress, but decades of bipartisanship in the committee will be able to be sustained in this Congress, although I'm sure there will be challenges.
Yeah. Well, I thank you both for that, and there's no question, particularly in the area of AI and the emergence of quantum computing, when those two technologies sort of come together, that's an incredibly powerful tool, and we have to be the ones to harness that before any of our adversaries do. That's clearly a game changer, so I appreciate that. The last question I have is just as it relates to field hearings, and you may not have run into this yet, but I guess this is as much an invitation as it is a request for information. We're increasingly concerned with threats against members and staff, and so as you're planning your field hearings, we would love that you communicate with the chairman and myself. We have oversight over the Capitol Police and the Sergeant of Arms. We want to make absolutely certain members, staff have resources they need, and that we've thought about field hearings to protect people. There's a little more protection just built into being here in D.C., although it's not without risk. But certainly as you're moving about, we want to make sure that you have adequate security. And frankly, if there's any concerns that you have, now would be the time to express it, but certainly moving forward, I would urge you to continue to communicate with us.
Absolutely. And if you don't mind, can I take a dig at that, if you don't mind? Yes, I think today we have increased threats all around the world, and of course some of the issues and subjects that we're going to be looking at absolutely have to do with those types of threats. And you had one of y'all had mentioned a while ago, we want to go not only to have field hearings in our national laboratories, NASA centers, but these national labs have, I don't think I've visited one, quite frankly, and we have neglected that, and we want to make sure that we go. There's been some great developments that have happened at our national laboratories. We want to stay on top of that, and to do our duty in oversight, I think it's imperative that we take these field hearings to this, and some of our subcommittees will be doing so.
Very good.
Could I flag just one potential issue on the 3rd Street Southwest entrance to the Ford Building, which is where the minority staff is housed, has been closed for several Congresses. And what that means is that the staff has to walk around the building, stand in line, especially during inclement weather. That's not fun, but it's to enter the building, and it has an impact on staff morale, and I don't think it's the very safest way for cleared staff to get in either. Opening the door, at least in the morning, so people can get in, might be a good help, and if someone could take a look at that, I think that would be super.
Okay, we'll take a look at it.
Yield back.
Thank you. Yes, I yield back. Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. Agree. More than happy to look into it, and good to see you still have a little house admin going on in the brain. That's great. We miss you here on the committee. We will pause while the panel exits and the next panel arrives.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Slated versus arrival. So my staff wrote it like come to the back room at this time. Slated. I didn't understand that either.
Oh, I was looking, and I didn't read the labels. My bad. Yeah. Which are about 2-ish. Okay. Well, this, I think we should cut them both. Oh, you want to shut off? Isn't it shut?
Yeah, somewhere in the room.
I could be here for another 25 minutes, in case you wanted to do something.
I welcome our next panel to the committee, Chairman Molinar, Ranking Member Krishnamurthy. Thank you both for joining us here today. We'll recognize each of you for 5 minutes for an opening statement. We'll have 5 minutes from the majority and the minority for question shared between the members in total. And so I'll now recognize you, Chairman Molinar.
Thank you, Chairman Stile and Ranking Member Morelli and members of the committee. We appreciate this opportunity to testify on the funding request for the Select Committee. And the Select Committee's recent authorization by the full House reflects the reality that the Chinese Communist Party represents an unprecedented, urgent threat to our national security, our economy, and our values. And I'm proud of the work that my teammate, Ranking Member Raja Krishnamurthy, and I have advanced to combat this threat on behalf of the American people. And Raja's clear-eyed recognition of the CCP threat, coupled with his courage and creativity, make him the ideal ranking member. And through close collaboration and diligence, we have leveraged the full range of available tools to investigate, conduct oversight, develop actionable policy recommendations, and inform the American people of the high stakes involved. Our work is illuminating the true nature of the CCP and its dangerous actions, forging bipartisan consensus and resulting in critical steps to safeguard our nation. Our funding request for the 119th Congress reflects this strong foundation. It also reflects a vision for further delivering on our mandate to counter the economic, technological, security, and ideological threats posed by the CCP. As we carry out our mission, the ranking member and I are committed to being faithful stewards of our resources and doing right by the taxpayers through efficient and effective operation of the Select Committee. Our budget request for this new Congress has the benefit of experience gained in the first 2 years when we built a new committee from scratch. What we learned last Congress about our scope of work, staffing demands, and operational rhythm has helped inform a request that responsibly meets the committee's operational requirements. This includes having a bipartisan staff with specialized expertise and robust experience in the relevant areas, which comes at a higher cost in salaries to attract and retain talent. Additionally, this year and next, our investigative work, central to the committee's mandate, will increase in scale, scope, and complexity. The request, therefore, accounts for necessary personnel and related resources, including some new investigative tools. With the resources provided to us, we will work diligently to hold the CCP accountable for its threatening actions, including fueling the fentanyl crisis and engaging in malign trade practices. 2, stem the flow of American capital and technology boosting Chinese military buildup. 3, strengthen deterrence against the CCP's military aggression. 4, address the CCP's brutality and human rights abuses. And 5, position the United States to win the competition against the CCP. This task is a significant one, but I'm confident that we have the members, the staff plan, and partnerships with the standing committees of jurisdiction to help deliver national security wins for the American people. So in closing, let me also express deep appreciation on behalf of the Select Committee for your vital work. Under your leadership, important tasks such as making our legislative branch more cost-effective and efficient are in capable hands. And I want to thank you for your time and your consideration of our funding request, and I look forward to answering any questions you might have.
Thank you, Chairman Molinar. And at this time, I recognize the ranking member, Krishnamurthy, for 5 minutes for opening remarks.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to all of you for your distinguished service. I want to thank my good friend and colleague, Chairman John Molinar, for his bipartisanship and just the way he's conducted this committee. So thank you so much for everything you do, and thank you to your staff as well, and thank you to mine. The mandate of this committee, as written in the House Rules Package, is to help study, investigate, and make policy recommendations on our strategic competition with the CCP. I'm proud to say that over the course of the last Congress, our committee conducted 18 hearings, produced 5 groundbreaking investigative reports, 3 bipartisan policy recommendation reports, and significant legislative measures that meaningfully advanced our strategic competition. But our work is not yet finished. In fact, the recent Salt Typhoon attacks, and I hope that all of you pay close attention to this particular issue, only remind us of how we must be prepared, even more so now than ever, for the competition ahead, as well as aggression on the part of the CCP technologically, economically, and militarily. With the evolving work in mind, we work very closely with the chairman and the majority staff on a host of issues, including this budget, to have it reflect the demands of the work ahead. As we work together to meet the challenges and the mandate posed to this committee, I'm very pleased to join Chairman Molinar in supporting this funding request. And I believe that it reflects the sobering realities of the threats posed by the CCP. This competition will be the defining geopolitical challenge of the 21st century. From unfair trade practices and supply chain vulnerabilities, and thank you to Ranking Member Morelli for pointing out some of these challenges in his own district, and he's worked very closely with our staff, and thank you so much. To intellectual property theft, to human rights violations, we must remain vigilant in defending American interests, protecting workers, and upholding our values. At the same time, our approach must continue to be measured, strategic, and solutions-oriented, rooted in strengthening America, working with our partners and allies, and always taking a powerful position in defending America. The CCP poses major economic and security threats to our nation, as well as to democracy and prosperity throughout the world. Those dangers are illustrated by the CCP's threats to Taiwan, its escalating posture in the South China Sea, and its numerous human rights abuses, including the Uyghur genocide, which, again, I respectfully request all of you to pay close attention to. It's something that Chairman Molinar and I talk about at every possible venue. Using the resources provided to this committee, we will study and develop the policy tools we need to continue to protect our nation and outcompete the PRC by rebuilding our industrial capacity, upskilling our workforce, cooperating with our partners, and countering the CCP's non-market policies that hurt American workers. We will pursue this agenda while rejecting the dangers of xenophobia and division, and thank you, Chairman Molinar, for your strong condemnation of any kind of xenophobia, discrimination, hate, or prejudice toward anybody, including Asian Americans. The tasks before this committee are significant, but Chairman Molinar and I know that the budget that we have proposed will enable our committee to continue to deliver the actionable policy recommendations necessary to ensure security and prosperity for our country. I want to say thank you again to Chairman Stile, thank you to Ranking Member Morelli, to all the distinguished members of this committee, and thank you to our staffs, and I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you, Ranking Member Krishnamurthy, Chairman Mullenor, for being here. We'll now take 5 minutes each between the majority and minority. I'll recognize myself for 5 minutes. We've asked every chair and ranking member the same question, yes, no, as it relates to cybersecurity. Will you commit to having your systems administrator meet with the House's CIO in the first quarter of this year to discuss cybersecurity?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you very much. I'll yield to Representative Bice.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I don't think that there is a more important committee for oversight or working together with our CIO to ensure the safety and security of your systems than this particular select committee. If I can just jump in, you are requesting a 20% increase to your budget, and you noted in the budget request that you intend this funding increase to be a one-time bump. And it took really to correct the baseline. Can you briefly let us know why that increase is necessary?
Sure. You know, when the committee was established, you know, and the scope was established, you know, the starting point was let's build a team, and these are some of the areas we want to be involved in. But over time, we've learned the importance of these investigations. So, for instance, on the fentanyl investigation that we did, that, you know, required people who spoke Mandarin investigating Chinese websites, people who understand our intelligence operations. And so the experience in a variety of areas has become very clear. And so I think the initial estimates did not reflect the expertise that's required for investigations and knowledge of whether it's the financial markets or trade policy, such a broad range of things that this committee is looking at, that this is really a correction, if you will.
Thank you. I yield.
Let me build on that a little bit, Chairman Mullenor, because the work you and Ranking Member Krishnamurthy are doing is really important. Inside this grown jurisdiction, as it started with then Chairman Gallagher working with Ranking Member, what else are you utilizing in this broader jurisdiction? Trips, field hearings, investigative work, site visits, in addition to the staff?
Yes, we have done different field hearings. We've done roundtables in different sectors, because one of the key things is to understand whether it's the automotive, agriculture, biotech, even entertainment. You know, we spent some time talking with film producers about how they're self-censoring just so that they can, you know, show their movies in China, but then also the threats of retaliation. So each of these areas, the automotive sector was very revealing, considering what China's doing to subsidize their automotive industry. And these trips around our country that have these various sectors have been very, very key.
Thank you very much. I'll yield back and recognize the ranking member for the purpose of asking questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Ranking Member, for being here and for all the great work that you do. And a special thanks to both of you for the conversations we've had relative to liquid crystal displays and other forms, most of which now are being produced in China. Whereas I think 12% a decade ago, now over 50% are. And you've both been kind to listen to the thoughts that I have about it. I appreciate all the work you do. I want to start, generally committees follow a 2/3, 1/3 distribution. This committee does as well. Mr. Chairman, are you committed to allowing independents of the Democratic side when it comes to spending their third of the budget?
Absolutely.
Great. And Mr. Krishnamurthy, are you confident that you've got an agreement with the chair on that subject?
Yes.
Very good, thank you. I do want to, you know, the select committee is interesting in that most of the committees that have jurisdiction, authorizing jurisdiction within the Congress, are to some degree siloed, but you're cross-cutting. You go across many different areas when you talk about competition with China. So trade policy, tariffs, question of military readiness, supply chain. There's a lot happening right now, even within the executive departments that will touch on these subjects. Do you feel you have adequate resources in this budget to make sure your Article 1 responsibilities of oversight and the implications of the decisions being made vis-à-vis China, that those are adequate?
I believe with this budget request that will meet the needs, and to build on your point, this is going to require an all-hands-on-deck House, Senate, White House working together for a bipartisan united front in addressing this threat. So I believe oversight is going to be very important. You know, I feel that this committee has been probably the most bipartisan effort that I've been involved in here in Congress, and with the goal of winning this competition, and we need kind of our best foot forward. So I believe this request meets the needs. It is an increase, as you pointed out, but I feel based on what we've learned these past 2 years, and to be a force multiplier for the committees of jurisdiction in each of these specialized areas, I think this is a good goal.
Mr. Krishnamurthy, do you have any thoughts about oversight
Yes.
responsibilities?
I think so. I think that the answer is yes, and I think part of the reason why the budget increase is requested is because I think the technologies, the emerging technologies, are so, I mean, they're just outside the norm of what we're normally dealing with in Congress, whether it's, the DeepSeek technology that we're all hearing about in the news right now. You know, first we have to translate. First we have to get Mandarin speakers who can actually understand what's going on with the underlying AI model, and then, you know, we have to be able to have some AI specialists. We actually have an AI specialist who on staff who's working with the modeling to understand what are the risks. And as far as oversight, yes, we have the sufficient staff for that, and I think this budget will allow us to do more of that going forward.
Could I just add something?
Of course, Mr. Chair.
You know, just on the point the ranking member was making, so you've got the AI technology, and then the question is export controls. Where did they fail? What chips were being used? Was there an end around? And then you look at what DeepSeek did to try and influence the markets. And so then you're talking about the whole stock market and that misinformation manipulation. And so to do a comprehensive look at this, it requires a lot of varied expertise.
Which is why I asked the question. And I'm really worried, as I'm sure you are, with the convergence. I mentioned this to the previous panel, which is the Science, Space, and Tech Chair and Ranking Member, that the convergence of AI and quantum computing, when that happens, is really a game changer in the world. No one's achieved it quite yet, but getting closer, and this is one we can't afford to lose. So I appreciate both your comments in this regard. And look, without taking specific views or on what the administration is doing, there are a lot of implications, some of the intended consequences, and then there may also be unintended consequences, and it's your responsibilities, both and your committee members, to continue to observe and to provide that oversight. Last thing I just want to do, and I apologize if I can just indulge for a second, this is just more of an invitation for both of you as you do your field hearings, while the chair and I continue to be concerned about threats against members and staff, which are on the rise. Here in Washington, we have a little more control when you do field hearings. We'd like you to coordinate with us to make sure that you have adequate support and you feel protected when you're out doing whatever hearings you do. So I would just offer that invitation.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair Milinar, Ranking Member Krishnamurthy, appreciate both of you being here today. The committee will pause while the witness panel exits. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I know I'm on streaming, so I don't want to say anything. The flowing. Where's the check? A new look. And a better look. Larson.
I now welcome our next panel of witnesses, the chair and ranking member of the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure, Mr. Graves and Mr. Larson. We appreciate you being here today. We'll give you each 5 minutes for an opening statement. The ranking member and myself will each control 5 minutes total for questions we'll be yielding between the members. And so we appreciate you being here, and we'll recognize you, Mr. Chairman, Chairman Graves, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Steele and Ranking Member Morrell. I appreciate it very much, the opportunity. Obviously, to share with you the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure's budget request for the 119th Congress. In consultation with the ranking member, the committee has requested a 7% increase over funding levels through the committee last year. And those levels reflect an increase that's going to provide the committee with the necessary resources to tackle our aggressive agenda that we have in the 119th Congress. On the legislative front, we've already begun discussions on reauthorizing several major agencies and programs under the committee's jurisdiction. These include Coast Guard reauthorization, Pipeline and Hazardous Safety Materials Administration reauthorization. The committee also plans to undertake the regular review of the Army Corps projects and programs and other water infrastructure legislation. The committee's biggest undertaking is obviously going to be the reauthorization of the nation's surface transportation programs, which are set to expire October 1st of next year. Equally important, the committee has to provide oversight over the many laws and funding that was passed in this last Congress, including the following. We had implementation of the 5-year FAA reauthorization, WRDA 2024, reauthorization of the Economic Development Agency, which I might point out was successfully reauthorized for the first time since 2008, and our public buildings reform efforts to ensure that efficient utilization of federal real estate. As part of developing our robust infrastructure agenda, the committee plans to travel extensively to conduct field hearings. We're going to do roundtables, listening sessions across America, and provide opportunities to visit and review infrastructure projects and programs. Infrastructure impacts every corner of the country, and each community has diverse needs. And we intend to get out there and see firsthand what we did in the 118th Congress. In addition, the budget accounts for the fact that the staff salary cap has raised again, and the committee is lucky to have many long-tenured staffers and vast institutional knowledge. Our proposed budget will help the committee with staff retention, but also allows us to be competitive in bringing on new staff to deliver our agenda this Congress. Particularly on the majority side, we're having to compete directly with the new administration, with the new Senate majority, and bring in and retain top staff. This is in the best interest of the House for both sides to continue to have strong teams that are so necessary for the important work that we obviously do. With that, I look forward to answering your questions and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Ranking Member Larson, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, Ranking Member, and other committee members of the committee appreciate the opportunity to join Chair Graves in presenting the committee's budget request for the 119th. The Transportation and Infrastructure Committee has a long history of bipartisan cooperation with both sides, realizing the importance of investing in our nation's infrastructure, ensuring the safety of our transportation system, and creating jobs. Chair Graves and I will continue this tradition that we started in the 118th. We passed the bipartisan legislation reauthorizing the Federal Aviation Administration, which provides critical safety enhancements, grows America's aviation workforce by creating good-paying jobs, invests in resilient infrastructure at U.S. airports of all sizes, sets clear priorities for advancing innovative aviation technologies, and provides robust protections for airline customers. We also passed the 6th consecutive bipartisan Water Resources Development Act, or WRDA, which invests and protects communities from flooding and droughts, restores our environment and ecosystems, and keeps our nation competitive by supporting our ports and harbors. WRDA 24 included provisions to grow the economy and create jobs as well by reauthorizing the Economic Development Administration, improving the operations of the General Services Administration's Public Building Service, and redistributing $1.8 billion in unused funding from the Department of Transportation's TIFIA program to local transportation projects. As Chair Graves has noted, we do have a full legislative agenda for the 119th. First and foremost is that surface transportation programs expire in September 26, and the committee needs to act on that. We also intend to reauthorize the U.S. Coast Guard, Maritime Administration, the Federal Maritime Commission, and the Pipeline and Hazardous Materials Safety Administration's pipeline safety programs. So for us to do our jobs for the American people, we request you fund the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure request of a modest increase of 7% over the funding levels from the 118th. This funding will ensure that we can retain the oversight and infrastructure specialists who can help us achieve our objectives and accommodate as well an increase in travel costs. We have a robust and bipartisan travel plan to include both domestic and international travel that will inform our legislative agenda and allow for greater oversight of the projects and programs under the jurisdiction of the committee. As in the past, the committee will continue to provide 2/3 of the personnel budget to majority and 1/3 to the minority. The non-personnel budget, like the travel budget, will continue to be shared fairly between the majority and the minority. So I look forward to continuing a strong partnership with Chair Graves in the 119th Congress, and with your help, I know the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure will achieve our shared objectives and be one of the most productive committees in Congress. So I want to thank you for the opportunity to appear before the committee today, and happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you very much. Gentleman yields back. We'll each take 5 minutes for questions. I'll start with myself, yield myself 5 minutes. I'll start with you, Chairman Graves. You referenced some of the work that you've done before on reauthorization. You have a robust agenda on reauthorization. In this Congress, you have requests as it relates to additional software necessary to do this. Could you provide a little color on that request?
So we utilized new technology when it came to setting up the portals to allow members to be able to access or provide us with their priorities and their projects and their sorts of things. In FAA reauthorization and in WRDA, we had some pretty robust, literally hundreds of requests from members. We expect with the surface transportation reauthorization, it's going to be even more robust. And so this just makes this process so much easier for both members doing it and then us putting the legislation together in the process. So yeah, we're going to be using technology quite a little bit.
Thank you very much. I'll yield to Representative Bice.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Chairman Graves and Ranking Member Larson, for being with us this afternoon. I hail from the great state of Oklahoma, and my district actually has what I would consider to be the crossroads of America running through it: I-40, I-35, and I-44. So literally east to west, north to south. You can get anywhere from my state by truck in about 2 days. So I really appreciate the opportunity for you all to do field visits, because I think that does really give a hands-on view of what's happening in our states. And I certainly know that there's been lots of conversation around the FAA over the last couple of weeks. I would be delighted to host you in Oklahoma City for a view of some of the infrastructure in my district, and also to visit the Mike Monroney Aeronautical Center, which is located in Congressman Lucas's district, to see the work firsthand on their training center capabilities. So thank you for the work that you're doing. I look forward to working with you both in the future. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield.
Gentleman yields back. If I can jump on a question that I think builds on what Representative Bice was speaking about, the travel budget, but also the expertise of the staff. And the Speaker's pay order has adjusted this. It's a highly competitive labor market right now. In particular, I know on the majority side, where many individuals are choosing to go into the administration or private sector jobs for both the majority and the minority. Could you comment, we can start with you, Chairman Graves, on the impact that the pay order may have, or how we should be thinking about that from the committee standpoint?
Yeah, and it is, it probably more so than even when it comes to the administration or the Senate. It's a private sector, and it's just hard to compete with that. And so without that ability and that help, we're going to lose all of this incredible talent that we have on both the minority and the majority side. being able to move forward. And so this is as important as anything else. And we do have a lot of long-term tenured staff on our committee, and I don't want to lose that. I don't want to lose that. And, you know, right now, if you look, obviously, our increase is going to be spread all over, but the fact of the matter is 95% of our budget goes to staff salaries. And so, you know, we have to compete. That's the bottom line. We have to compete.
Ranking Member Larson, you want to comment briefly?
Yeah, just obviously, it might be obvious to say the pressure's a little less on the minority side, but still an important pressure about going off the hill to work. And like the chair said, we also on the minority side have a long tenured staff whose expertise we don't want to lose, and we don't want to lose it. Because we have a lot of work to do. I think one of the successes of the bipartisanship on our committee is not just that Sam and I work together, but the staffs take that message and work together as well. And we need to continue to have the expertise on both sides of the aisle among staff who also have great relationships off the Hill to produce the kind of legislation and do the kind of work that we've been doing.
Thank you very much. I'll yield back and recognize the ranking member for 5 minutes for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I may have missed this, but I think we've been asking each of the chairs and ranking members on the issue of cybersecurity. Did you ask that question? I apologize if you did. I didn't think you did, but whether or not, whether or not you'd make available the staff administration on both sides to meet with the CIO to talk about cybersecurity issues and make sure that we're doing everything we can to make sure that we're secure.
Absolutely, yes.
I'll make that commitment as well.
Great, thank you. I think this is directed more to the chair. The standard of 2/3, 1/3 split between the committees. I just want to make sure that the Democratic side, Mr. Larson, has independence over his third of the budget, and whether you'd commit to that, sir.
Yeah, that's a given. Rick and I, look, we work great together. We came in together a long time ago, but you know, I don't have the least bit of worry about any of that or problem.
Good.
And I'll just note, Ranking Member, we've had to have a problem with it as well.
Good.
We probably work more together, the staff side, than some committees do.
Good. Well, thank you for that. I wanted to just pick up a little bit. I think Ms. Bice may have mentioned it, some of the things that have happened, obviously, with regard to FAA and the tragedies that have occurred recently. One of the things I want to make sure that we're all focused in is on our Article 1 responsibilities that relates to oversight of the administration. There's a lot going on. People have different opinions on whether it's appropriate or not, but we still have a job to do, and I want to just ask whether or not you feel you have adequate resources to do the job necessary in carrying out our Article 1 responsibilities. And I'd like you both comment.
So oversight's obviously a very big part of what we do when we do reauthorizations. And I'll be honest with you, what my concern is, and it isn't administration related in terms of, you know, Democrat side or Republican side. What I see as the problem are the lifelong bureaucrats that move from administration to administration that try to change what we do as Congress in their eyes and what they want to see rather than what the intent of the law is. Now, we wrote the FAA bill, we got very technical in for that reason because I got frustrated at the fact that the FAA didn't implement a lot of the stuff we did in the last FAA reauthorization. You know, they drug their feet or they changed what the intent of the law was. I believe in legislative intent and congressional intent, and I want it followed. And so that's where the focus of a lot of our reform or our oversight will be. Is just making sure they follow the letter of the law and what we decided as a Congress, the legislative body, what we decided it should be, not what they think it should be.
Well, I agree. Mr. Larson?
Yeah, I think one of the benefits of the work that we've done on the committee is that we have produced largely bipartisan products, and the FAA bill is one of those. And because it passed 387 to 26 out of the House, and then I think some number 4 against in the Senate, we know we have a strong bipartisan direction that we gave to the FAA regardless of who is there. And to bring it closer to home over the last couple of weeks, we've produced bipartisan statements on, on the horrible tragedies that have taken place, on the support we want to show the FAA and the NTSB to do its job. But also because of the FAA bill, there's a list of things that we directed the FAA to do to improve its operations, to improve technology investment, to improve its safety oversight. It has the to-do list. The FAA has the to-do list that we've created for it. And so part of that oversight will be to certainly strongly encourage, would be a nice way to put it, strongly encourage the FAA to take care of that list.
Great. One last point, which is less a question and more, I guess, an invitation, as you not only hold hearings in D.C., but field hearings. The level of member threats has gone up considerably. Our committee has oversight of the United States Capitol Police and the Sergeant at Arms. We just invite you to communicate with the chair and myself to make sure we have adequate security, and we're paying particular attention to making sure that members and staff are secure as they travel and as you do hearings around the country.
Well, and that's something I do appreciate from this committee and looking out for all members. And I agree, and I have seen it personally, is the uptick in, in threats and security issues. And so I appreciate what you all do to keep us safe.
Right. Thank you both. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. We appreciate you both being here with us today. You got big work at the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure. Look forward to your work this Congress. For members of the committee, momentarily we'll recess subject to call of the chair. We're going to reconvene by 12:50 sharp. That's 10 minutes ahead of schedule for the Financial Services Committee, with the hope of getting through as many of the committees as we can prior to votes being called on the House floor. So the Committee on House Administration stands in recess subject to call of the chair. Thank you both.
Thank you.
create a regulatory framework for digital assets that will protect consumers and investors while maintaining America as a leader in innovation, and ensure that agencies in the committee's oversight jurisdiction are focused on their core statutory directed missions. There are also items that are in the committee's jurisdiction that simply must get done in the 119th Congress. First, the reform of the National Flood Insurance Program, something that's been on its ongoing continuing resolution now, I think, for 6 years. And a reauthorization of the Export-Import Bank. The last time we did that was in the first term of President Trump. The committee must also work that it's prepared with the relevant appropriations subcommittees and the Trump administration to ensure that any negotiation over the capital replenishments are accompanied by significant and much-needed reforms for our multinational, multilateral development banks and the international financial institutions, such as the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund. Additionally, I've asked the committee to be prepared for black swan events, such as the long-tailed impact of quantitative easing, severe fiscal spending and the resulting inflation, the refinancing risk associated with commercial real estate in the United States, and as a result of the declining need for space and increased interest rates, the risks associated with Treasury's refunding challenge of a $2 trillion unsustainable annual budget deficit, and the other international shocks brought about by collapsing growth in Europe and significant debt and structural weakness elsewhere, such as in the People's Republic of China. The committee also must be prepared to consider reform and restructuring proposals related to the mortgage government-sponsored enterprises, Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, should this become a priority of the Trump administration. In order to accomplish this broad set of objectives and necessary tasks, I'm requesting a 10% increase in funding for the committee's budget from the previous Congress. This increase would put the committee in line with the historic average. In the 118th Congress, we were the 8th highest funded committee. This is a decrease compared to the 117th and 116th Congresses, when the Financial Services Committee was the 5th highest funded. This increase would allow the majority to fully staff 57 allotted slots. In the previous Congress, the majority had 42 personnel on staff. I'm seeking to recruit talent so that we can fulfill and deliver what was promised to the American people. Currently, there are 2 subcommittees that only are staffed by 2 people. As we look to properly hire for these positions, it's critical that we're not forced to cut staff elsewhere or limit our hiring in some of the other subcommittees. Additionally, the committee has created a new task force examining both monetary policy and the Treasury debt markets, particularly in light of the decisions during the past few years as it relates to both monetary and fiscal policy. I'm proposing to hire a chief economist to oversee this effort, as well as in policy analysis to work in our work across the committee in light of the Loper decision and the decline in the Chevron deference. We want to make sure we have the cost-benefit economic talent on board our committee as well. This task force will be critical in examining the mistakes of the past so the American people are not struck with stubbornly high inflation as a result of furthering misguided monetary policy decisions. Finally, I've requested an increase in travel. As demonstrated by the recent success of the House Ways and Means Committee, field hearings will be critical at getting our positive message out to the American people. I'm encouraging all of our subcommittees to take advantage of these opportunities to fully demonstrate the committee's effort on behalf of our citizen by meeting outside the Beltway. The financial services industry helps drive economic growth, supports small business, and is at the forefront of innovation in our country. It's imperative that this committee can thoroughly examine the policies affecting this critical sector of the economy. I'm grateful, Mr. Chairman, for your time, the consideration of this request, and I'm prepared for your questions.
Thank you very much, Chairman Hill. We're tight on schedule to move things around, so if Ranking Member Waters joins us, we'll allow her to have 5 minutes when she arrives. But in the interest of time, I'll yield to myself 5 minutes for the purpose of asking questions. A question I've asked every chair in Ranking Member today is that will you commit to having your systems administrator meet with the House's CIO team in the first quarter to discuss cybersecurity issues?
Absolutely. This is a problem facing everybody in the House and everybody in the private and the public sector.
Thank you very much. Next question You were talking about staffing up, about building areas of expertise. This is absolutely essential when we think about digital assets. We think about Chairman Powell coming in tomorrow. He has a robust staff of PhD economists. You're looking to, in particular, to hire an economist. What are the challenges you'd face in staffing up, in particular with an economist role?
When the economist role, I think particularly in light of the Chevron deference and the Loper decision, I know that all the committees, both authorizing and appropriating, are thinking about how are they staffed in order to push back and ensure that the committees the agencies under our jurisdiction are fully compliant with congressional intent and statute. One of those is clearly analyzing cost-benefit analysis. In the financial supervisory area, both in banking and in securities and insurance, cost-benefit analysis is frequently been undone or not done at all when we are trying to consider those ramifications when we have people testifying. I think the chief economist will bring a great deal of clout to the committee in its analysis. Right now, we call around and try to put together economic assessments from outside groups, but we don't have somebody on the staff that's an expert in econometric analysis or economic analysis to provide that benefit to our members. And then, as you noted in the Humphrey Hawkins testimony, which is the semi-annual report of the Federal Reserve System to the committee, we want to get behind those numbers, as Chairman Henstrom did several years ago, and really analyze what we believe the right course of action should be for monetary policy and how that monetary policy and the unsustainable budget deficits that the Congress is currently incurring can also be dealt with. And we think that kind of macroeconomic experience would be helpful there. And you're right, I'll take one economist for the 750 PhD economists over at the Fed. I think that will really help our members.
We begin to get a better ratio. Appreciate it. I'll yield to our mutual colleague on the Financial Services Committee as well as House Administration, Mr. Loudermilk.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'm very excited to start my 5th term on Financial Services Committee, and especially, again, serving in the Oversight and Investigations Subcommittee. Over just the tenure that I've had on financial services, and especially over the past 4 years, we've seen a significant increase in what I would call mission creep by a lot of the areas of jurisdiction that we have. SEC going outside of its constitutional boundaries. CFPB, that's just the nature of their business of going after areas that they're not legislatively empowered to go after. So there is a lot that I think that oversight and investigation could be looking into, as well as abuse of power. Just want to hear what your priorities were, and do you feel that you have within this budget the necessary resources to conduct that oversight?
Yeah, it's a real good point. You know, some committee chairs will describe to you their style of the committee would be they have one big objective for the 2-year Congress that they want to drive through their committee, and it could be big and complex, or it could be very straightforward. And my approach is different. I think with the advantage of the Trump administration being in office and sharing our political party, and having Tim Scott chair the Banking Committee in the Senate, it gives us a unique opportunity in this Congress, in this 2 years, to make progress across all of our subcommittees. And that really accounts for the core of why I've made the request that I've had. Chairman McHenry in the last Congress emphasized digital assets. He staffed up for that. He delivered on privacy and digital assets legislatively. But in each of our subcommittees, including oversight, we've given them robust legislative agendas. And I want to make sure they've got the talent on those subcommittees to do it. So in quick, we talked about digital assets. That's a continued priority. It's a priority for the Trump administration. It's a priority for the majority leader, Mr. Scalise, that we get a dollar-backed stablecoin bill and a regulatory framework for digital assets accomplished in this Congress. We also want to make community banking great again, and we do that by tailoring regulations. And I would remind the committee, we have not had a bipartisan banking bill in this Congress signed into law since 2018, when Mike Crapo, then chairman of the Senate, had S-2155, which got strong bipartisan support in both the House and Senate. And so we believe tailoring that regulatory approach in community banking is critical. So those are just 2 of our big priorities, and we have those across all our subcommittees.
Gentleman yields back. I yield back. Recognize the ranking member for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, for being here. Congratulations on becoming the chair of the committee. I want to first start, as I've asked each of the chairs, the normal 2/3, 1/3 split between majority and minority. Just want to make sure that you're going to afford the minority independence when it comes to the expenditure of their third of the budget in terms of both personnel and whatever other resources they intend to spend.
Thank you, Mr. Morrell, for your question, and I'm delighted to be joined by my ranking member, the ever-distinguished former chair of this committee, Maxine Waters of California. She is a tremendous defender of her third of the budget, and I don't think you'll have any question that we'll work together to make sure that she has the resources that are needed for her to carry out her mission as ranking member. We've also want to collaborate on this idea of our members having an opportunity to, as I said in my testimony, do field hearings, be out with our citizens around the country. I want to reiterate, I think that's an important part of the work we do here in Washington. Needs to be out with our citizens, and I don't think, while the Ways and Means Committee's done a good job of that, I want to make sure financial services members are having that opportunity as well.
Yeah, I will say, back in my service in the state legislature in New York, I chaired for a number of years the Committee on Insurance, which is not banking, but certainly is part of the financial makeup in New York. And just as it related to oversight and your comments, you know, I remember, and I was the chair during 2007-8 during that crisis, and AIG, which was obviously a significant insurance company in New York. You know, the challenge, it seemed to me, when I was in my responsibilities, was striking the balance between consumer protection that was appropriate and also freedom for people who had capital to be able to use that capital to help people who needed financing, and also to build great companies, and to try to continue to maintain that balance. And I wanted to ask whether or not you feel you have adequate resources here to do the job to protect both interests, the consumer's interests as well as, I mean, there's a lot of talk about deregulation and the regulatory framework, and I appreciate that, but some of it is legitimately necessary to protect the interests of individuals, particularly in a world where financial products, and you certainly know more about this than I do, both of you, have gotten much more sophisticated, have gotten much more nuanced, and there are many more financial products now than there would have been 2 decades ago. So just be mindful, and I want to ask whether or not you feel you have adequate resources in this request to do that oversight and to make sure you protect both the financial interests of companies, but equally important, some would say more important, the consumer interests of people who use these products. And I'd love to ask both of you to comment.
Sure, I'll be brief so my ranking member can provide a comment as well. The short answer is yes. Look, there's nowhere in our economic society that's more statutorily driven on investor protection, consumer protection, and yet at the same time to try to provide orderly and efficient, safe and sound banking, insurance, and capital markets. And that tension exists both statutorily and in oversight and in the supervisory process. And I believe in our committee that we have excellent staff that understand that responsibility in each of the subcommittees. And I'll say that all the members recognize that balance between adequate and robust consumer protection and at the same time, you know, letting the marketplace operate as well. And it's constructive tension, but let me turn to my colleague for answer to your question.
Very good, thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Mr. Chairman and members, I'm pleased to be here with Chairman French Hill to make our requests to basically cover the work that we do. He has more than adequately explained to you the seriousness and the breadth of our committee. And from time to time, when I've talked to people about the Financial Services Committee and had them to understand that we have oversight responsibility for everything from the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund to HUD and housing. And there's a big difference in all of that, but he's absolutely correct. We have to be concerned about our citizens and their ability to know that we are dealing with all of the cops on the block in financial services and looking out for consumer interests, as well as understanding the markets and what must be done to give support or find gaps because of the economy that is impacted by the market. So I'm very pleased to be here. I don't know exactly how much our chairman has asked for our budget. I do know what my staff told me, but I said to my staff, I think that 10% or whatever he's asked may be adequate, but is it appropriate for me to say, but we need a little more? And so we have talked about it. Our staffs have been together on it, and we would appreciate your support for our request.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ranking Member. Before I yield, I just want an invitation as you're doing your field hearings. One of the things that the chair and I are very concerned about is member threats. So, you know, we have oversight of the Capitol Police, Sergeant at Arms. We just invite you to share with us information about where you're doing field hearings so we can coordinate to make sure members and staff are safe wherever you go.
Thank you for that admonition. It's one we take seriously. It's also one reason why the budget request is what it is. We recognize that we've got a security component for traveling members, and we don't take that at all for granted. And we know that in order to provide transparency, we've got the C-SPAN component as well in the right kind of location. And so we'll meet that commitment, and we're very sensitive to making sure our members and our staff are in a safe condition as they travel.
Thank you. I yield back.
If the ranking member will give me consent just to re-ask the first question, we appreciate you joining us, Ranking Member Waters. I've asked all chairs and ranking members just a yes/no question as it relates to cybersecurity, that you will commit to having your systems administrator meet with the House's Chief Information Officer and their team in the first quarter to discuss cybersecurity issues. Thank you very much. We appreciate both of you being here today. Obviously, a number of us are members of the Financial Services Committee, and so we appreciate your time and effort. And the committee will pause while the next witness panel assembles. Thank you very much.
Chairman, appreciate
Thank
your
you.
support.
Thank you very much.
Chairman Williams, Ranking Member Velazquez, thank you for joining us today. We have been doing a series of these hearings. Obviously, today you're our next witness panel for the Committee on Small Business. Appreciate you being here. We'll give you each 5 minutes for an opening statement. The Ranking Member and I will each take 5 minutes for questions, and then we'll be yielding that during that time for our members. And so we'll start with you, Chair Roger Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ranking Member. Appreciate it. I want to thank all of you for having us. I'm here today to tell you I don't need more money if you want our committee to be small and inefficient. But let me tell you that we're anything but that. And if I can keep some of the other committees from stealing my employees, it'd be a lot easier. But over the past 2 years, the Ranking Member and I have taken the Committee on Small Business to, I believe, the next level. Last Congress, the committee marked up 41 bills, 23 of which passed the House, the most committee activity in over 20 years. We issued the first subpoenas in more than a decade when the SBA failed to respond to our investigative efforts. We also issued 4 substantial committee reports on our major investigations, including the SBA's electioneering efforts in Michigan and their improper
interference in a key battleground state for Vice President Harris and Democrats. Government entities using third parties to harm the revenue of small businesses because of their speech, preventing them from competing fairly online. The SBA's lackluster efforts to recoup the reported $200 billion in fraud in pandemic lending programs, including the SBA's decision to collect on certain pandemic loans worth $70 billion, and the overly burdensome regulations from the Biden-Harris administration that hurt America's job creators. Now, on top of that, we held 59 hearings, which amplified small business voices, which simultaneously holding the Biden-Harris administration accountable to Main Street. Our committee has one of the greatest returns on investment for the House, I believe. ROI is important. In order to continue to grow these efforts in the 119th Congress, we're asking for a $1.3 million increase over 2 years. Now, the logical question is, why do you need this money? Well, we want to take this committee to the next level. I just walked through this last year's highlights, but we want to show how we plan to go even harder this Congress. First, the committee will focus on reauthorizing the SBA, something that has not been done in 25 years. The reauthorization is necessary because, as we all know, there's been unmitigated waste, fraud, and abuse at the SBA over the last few years, and we conducted important oversight last Congress to find this money and attempted to force the SBA to claw it back. Now we need to reform the SBA not to only get back those taxpayer dollars, but also ensure this sort of abuse does not happen again. And this incredible effort will require additional staff with wide-ranging knowledge and expertise, which leads me to my second point: the cost of doing business has totally increased. In order to hire and maintain the most qualified staff, we need to increase staff compensation to compete with the private sector and the larger committees. Now, while the committee has sufficient staff slots available, 29 slots for the majority and 14 slots for the minority, the budget has never been high enough to hire the people to fill all of these slots. In fact, we averaged about 18 full-time staff during this past Congress. In order to hire the right people, the committee has been forced to hire fewer staff to ensure we can offer a competitive salary. So we're going backwards. Now, this problem is confounded by the fact that the pay ceiling for staff increased, allowing other committees with greater funds to increase their pay of their staff. We will be unable to do this unless we get some additional funds. As a small business owner myself, I understand that more people and money does not always equal more success. However, I also know that getting the right people with the right experience and expertise on staff will ensure that this committee can further President Trump's pro-business and deregulatory agenda. And thirdly, we know how important it is for this committee to get on the ground in Main Street America. Many of our members have expressed interest in holding field hearings in their districts to do just that. And as the committee fighting for Main Street, oftentimes the best way to reach these constituencies is by going directly to them. You take the product to the people. And very few of our members are within driving distance of Washington, so these hearings would be an additional cost, but also successful. Our nation's entrepreneurs and innovators deserve a strong advocate fighting on their behalf in Washington, and increasing the committee's budget will help to continue to amplify the voice of small business across this nation. And fourth, this committee is uniquely positioned to help push President Trump's deregulatory agenda. The Regulatory Flexibility Act requires all agencies to consider the economic impact of their rules on small businesses nationwide. And last year, our investigation found that many agencies skirt the requirement, with some ignoring it entirely. Our investigations help lay the foundation for removing overly burdensome regulations on small businesses, which we can actually begin to do under President Trump. Now, finally, we all know how important it is for small businesses to have access to funds to rebuild after a natural disaster strikes. As we saw after the North Carolina hurricane, the disaster loan program at the SBA ran out of money, ran out of funds, and failed to get necessary aid to small businesses in a timely manner. The California wildfires are the most destructive in their state's history. We know it will be years before these small businesses can recover fully. So unlike what happened during the COVID pandemic, which broke the SBA, we want to make sure the SBA is properly equipped to step in when disaster strikes. This Congress, we want to be on the ground conducting oversight, Main Street in California, North Carolina, et cetera. So this oversight will help inform the disaster lending portion of the SBA reauthorization. We will need to hire subject matter experts to ensure we conduct the most robust oversight of this program and produce legislative solutions. We need experienced people. So I want to thank all of you for allowing me to be here, and I look forward to working with the ranking member as we move forward.
Chair Williams, thank you for being here. I think that's the first time you and I have spoken for 5 minutes and you didn't try to sell me a car. So that's good.
Heard you
Ranking
banging
member
the
Vasquez. You still got time on the clock. Ranking member Vasquez, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member and all the members of the committee for having us. Let me echo what I have said time and again in this forum and in others. Small businesses are the backbone of the American economy. That was proven during the Great Recession and again during the global pandemic. These businesses, ranging from mom-and-pop shops to startups, employ nearly half of the private sector workforce and are responsible for a significant portion of economic activity. Beyond their economic impact, small businesses build community ties, contributing to the vitality of neighborhoods across the country. The Committee on Small Business has the honor of ensuring the stability of the nation's small business community and the many jobs they support in our local communities. Even during times of crisis, our committee has responded quickly to create several historic emergency programs, the largest in history, to be a lifeline for businesses of various sizes and even nonprofits. Our staff, one of the smallest in the House, worked tirelessly during and after the pandemic to do right by small employers. Our work has continued since then to oversee each of those programs in conjunction with authorized SBA programs to protect taxpayers' dollars. The chairman and myself are committed to overseeing, strengthening, and modernizing these programs and the many others at SBA. But committee not only has jurisdiction over the SBA, we are often relied upon by our nation's small businesses to advocate for their best interests in other areas, from healthcare and taxes to energy and capital access, contracting and trade. These are just a few of the issues that Chairman Williams and I, along with our members, must delve into. And I am committed to working with the chairman on these issues and more. But this work does require an investment by Congress. The committee needs to be funded at such a level where it allows us to do our work with sufficient resources and without having to sacrifice our staff. Historically, this committee has been underfunded. Nevertheless, the committee continues to keep operational expenses at a minimum, all the while being understaffed. The slots are there, but the funds simply are not. I am proud of the work we have been able to do these last few Congresses, and it is even more of an achievement to have done so much with so little. We have operated efficiently and effectively, but I do ask for a minimal increase to ensure we can properly oversee this program, which will require years of work. It goes without saying that Chairman Williams and I, along with our committee members, plan to continue working together in a bipartisan manner to fulfill our jurisdictional responsibility. We know the task at hand that you have in reviewing the numbers, but we ask that you do so with the utmost consideration. Please don't wait until another crisis hit the country to discover that there is a small business committee in this Congress. A very modest increase that the chairman is requesting will go a long way in helping the committee hire staff, upgrade our oversight technologies, and restart our field hearings and on-the-ground disaster assessment to meet the needs of our collective small employers in every district. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any question you may have.
Thank you very much. We thank both of you. I recognize myself for 5 minutes. I'll begin with questions. We'll keep these reasonably short because we're going to also try to get Hipsy in before votes. If I can just ask one question I've asked every chair and ranking member, it's a simple yes/no question, is that will you commit to having your systems administrator meet with the House's CIO team in the first quarter to discuss cybersecurity?
Absolutely. Yes.
Thank you very much. I'll just ask you one question here, Chairman Williams. We'll do it briefly. The SBA committee, I don't think had any field hearings last Congress. You're now looking at doing a series of them. What's driving the shift in your perspective of the committee resources?
Well, we haven't been out in the field. It's like anything else. We got a problem to sell. It's Main Street America.
You want to check your mic real quick, Mr. Chairman?
What's up?
Can you hear me?
Then everybody on the live feed can get the sales pitch for the cars as well.
Well, they've never been cheaper than they are today, I'll tell you that. But look, it's like anything else. We got a product to sell. We have a product to sell, and we're not able to go out and sell it to Main Street America. And when you get out in Main Street America and they hear about the Small Business Committee, that's what they want to hear from. We just want to take our product to the people and find out exactly how Main Street's feeling, how we can fix it.
Thank you very much. I yield back, and I'll recognize the ranking member for the purpose of asking questions.
Thank you. Thank you, both Chairman Williams and Ranking Member Velasquez. Thanks for all you do and for your leadership. First and foremost, I know that the committees have a tradition of a 2/3, 1/3 split. I just want to make sure, Mr. Chair, that you intend to give the ranking member independence when it comes to her third of the committee budget.
Absolutely.
I also, because I'm going to follow the chair's lead and appreciate you being here, and I know we're a little before votes, so we want to get moving, but just an invitation as you begin these field hearings, which I think are critically important. The chair and I are very focused on threats to members and staff. We've seen the rise of them. It's a challenge here in Washington, but it's even more of a challenge when you get to field hearings. So we'd love to coordinate with you and your staff to make sure that we have adequate resources, and we've taken every precaution to make sure that you and your staff members are safe and secure when you do field hearings.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Yield back. Gentleman yields back. We appreciate both of you being here. Really important work for the Small Business Committee ahead this Congress. And so we'll pause while the witness panel exits and the new panel assembles. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Chairman Crawford, Ranking Member Himes, thank you for joining us today. We've had a series of panels. We'll give each of you 5 minutes for opening remarks. The minority and majority will each have 5 minutes total for questions. We'll be yielding amongst ourselves. Our goal is to complete this before votes, so you do not feel obligated to use the full 5 minutes, but obviously you may. We'll recognize you first, Chairman Crawford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that. Chairman Morrell, thank you for giving us the opportunity to testify in support of the budget request for the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence. I'm joined by my ranking member, Congressman Jim Himes. The proposal we've submitted includes $19.2 million over the next 2 years, $9.5 million of which is planned for expenditure in 2025, and the balance in 2026. The first thing I want to note is that we are the only House committee to operate entirely within a sensitive compartmented information facility, or SCIF. As a reminder, a SCIF is a vault-like structure built to protect classified information. Entry requires a security clearance, and everything that passes through our doorway must be specifically approved for use in a SCIF. This requires a lot of our equipment to be physically modified. For example, we can't have any devices in our committees with wireless, Bluetooth, or similar capability. And as you know, virtually all technology today has some kind of wireless feature. This presents unique operational challenges and therefore raises costs. For the current budget request, the first area I want to highlight is the significant amount of funding we're seeking to complete critical security improvements to our SCIF. This work was partially funded in 2024. The specific improvements to our facilities cannot be discussed in open session, but we are happy to provide details and address any questions you may have in an appropriate setting. In addition, our budget funds the final stages of enhancements to our internal classified network. Work on this network began in the 118th Congress, and completion is one of my highest priorities. As a reminder, HIPC operates the House's largest and most sophisticated independent network. Maintaining this unique classified network is a costly endeavor, particularly as we are committed to meeting or exceeding the standards associated with national security systems. We have divided the remaining work into 2 phases. Phase 1 deploys a new SharePoint farm, and Phase 2 involves enhancements to overall security posture of the network. The anticipated cost of the major work in 2025 and 26 is $431,000. Another significant cost center, an area of funding growth during the 119th Congress, is personnel. As the new chairman of HPSI, I'm undertaking an aggressive effort to achieve full staffing. In our request, we do not seek an increase in our position cap, which you generously increased last Congress. Instead, we seek the required funding to completely fill each of those positions previously authorized. Like other committees, pay is our greatest cost driver. HPSI competes for highly specialized talent and must offer wages competitive with the executive branch. The requested funding will enable us to recruit talent to conduct aggressive oversight related to black programs and activities which, by their nature, are designed to circumvent scrutiny. I want to take a moment to underscore that our people are our differential advantage. Experience has proven that recruiting personnel with security clearance alone is not enough to achieve oversight success. It can take several years to fully develop the skills to become an expert at the complex programs and activities we oversee. To give us an advantage, we seek out compatible professionals with experience working within those programs and activities. As you can imagine, the pool of available candidates with such experience is highly limited. However, at the proposed funding level, I'm confident that we can acquire this talent. In fact, I'm pleased to report that since our budget submission to you, we have recruited and are in the process of onboarding several candidates with exactly this kind of specialized experience. Another factor impacting our budget is the establishment of a 6th subcommittee. The new subcommittee is charged with overseeing open source intelligence collection, use, and dissemination, which has been a growing conversation topic in recent years. It's important that the committee gain a deep understanding of the intelligence community's use of open source intelligence, enabling us to legislate on the topic in an informed way. The final thing I would like to mention is that HPSI will be improving our support to the House by reforming how we share classified information with standing and select committees. Our intention is to do a better job of supporting our colleagues. This effort is reflected in changes to HPSI rules and is being undertaken with the support of the Speaker. Once again, thank you, Chairman Stile, Ranking Member Morrell, and members of the committee. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much, Chair Crawford. Ranking Member Himes, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Chairman Stile, Ranking Member Morrell, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to discuss the House Permanent Select Committee's on Intelligence budget request for the 119th Congress. I'm pleased to support Chairman Crawford in his budget request. Chairman Crawford was consultative and transparent with the minority in the preparation of the committee's request. The request we have jointly made to the Administration Committee would put HPSI on a strong footing to accomplish the critical priorities we have set out for the 119th Congress. HPSI is a unique committee in many respects, not least because of the agencies we oversee. They operate nearly entirely in secret. Unlike other committees which can benefit from the expertise and research of outside experts, journalists, and others, we can rarely turn to those resources. Meanwhile, the task before the committee is vast and growing. The committee oversees 18 IC elements and tens of billions of dollars authorized each year, a task that is done with a staff smaller than many House committees that oversee smaller agencies that are far less opaque. To perform the functions of the House and that the House and the American people expect of us, the committee requires a specialized and experienced group of professional staff. As the committee's budget submission reflects, additional resources for professional staff members ensure the committee's ability to bring on high-quality staff, including those with technical backgrounds in high demand in the private sector. As the chairman described, the committee's SCIF underwent significant renovation, which created additional desks for staff. I hope the Administration Committee will provide us with the resources to put those desks to good use and ensure robust oversight of the intelligence community. The chairman well covered the IT needs that are particular to our committee, so I won't repeat it, but I will just close by saying once again I'd like to thank Chairman Crawford for his collaborative approach in preparing the committee's budget submission, and I would urge respectfully the House Administration Committee to support this request. Thank you. Yield back.
Thank you very much, Ranking Member Himes. Chairman Crawford, I recognize myself for 5 minutes for the purpose of asking questions. One question I've asked every chair and ranking member is whether a majority and minority will commit to having your systems administrator meet with the House's CIO team in the first quarter to discuss cybersecurity. That conversation will probably look a little different for you on HPSI than maybe other House committees, but will you still make the same commitment for the meeting?
Absolutely.
Thank you very much. I'll be succinct. I know votes have been called, so we want to be timeful so we make it to votes. We are told that they're going to gavel at 20 minutes in. We'll see if that's true, but we'll run on that assumption. Chairman Crawford, I think one point that's really important, you noted that all of your staff must maintain top secret security clearance with SCI access, and obviously you're operating completely within the SCIF. When we think about the Speaker's pay order, we think about retaining staff, how does that present unique challenges, and are you able to acquire the talent and staff you need, knowing the limitations of the House pay scale?
Well, it is a challenge. A lot of the reason is just the onboarding process can be lengthy for folks that don't already have a security clearance. So obviously we're recruiting from a finite pool, and we're bumping up against the executive branch. But we're making pretty good progress despite the fact that, there's a lot of talent out there that's being recruited by the executive branch, but we are making progress.
Thank you very much. I'm going to be mindful of the time then. Appreciate you both being here, and I will yield back and recognize the ranking member for 5 minutes.
Thank you both for your leadership, for your contributions. You're lucky we've been grilling every other committee chair and ranking member, so you'll avoid that. But I did have one question. The traditional 2/3, 1/3 split, Mr. Chairman, are you committed to allowing independents of the minority to hire as they see fit on out of their budget?
Certainly.
Very good. The other thing I would just say is if you do field hearings, and I don't know that intelligence really applies, but we're very mindful of threats against members and staff, and we just want to stay in close contact, if both here in DC, but certainly if you do conduct field hearings or if you move around, we would love to be informed of that so we could help coordinate to make sure that all the threats against members we're aware of and can take precautions. So that's an
Absolutely.
invitation.
Thank you for bringing that up.
Yeah,
Certainly.
great. Thank you both.
We thank you both for being here. Your committee has incredibly important work, always, but uniquely so, I think, in this Congress, as we continue to see global threats targeting the American people. So we appreciate the work that you do, that your committee and staff members do, and we'll be keeping that under consideration when we review your request for funding. Appreciate you both being here. The committee will stand in recess, subject to call of the chair. We'll plan to reconvene immediately following votes for Ways and Means.
I suggested we cut their funding just because of that. It's the EI thing gets them all they don't know what to do with it. It's like, do they pronounce it, do they not pronounce it? The same thing with yours is actually, because it's sort of, pronounce it as
If you're used to
S-E-Y-L-E.
seeing German words,
Yeah.
the moment you see style, you jump to style. Because if it was Stein,
Yeah.
everybody gets
Yeah,
it.
that's
You'd
true.
see Steinberg,
Yeah,
you'd
that's
see
true.
a Stein of beer.
Yeah,
You change the N to an L, and all of a sudden people think it might be an English word.
Yeah.
It's like when you first were seeing like Hispanic names.
Yeah.
Right? And you'd be like, is it
Yeah.
Jose or Josie?
Right,
But you look at it, you immediately know
Yeah.
what it is now.
More people
In
ask me how to
Wisconsin-
pronounce
in
your name than mine.
In Wisconsin, you
They're
know,
like,
like,
how do you say
I get it a
his
lot
name?
too.
Right, don't you?
Yeah,
From
for
members?
witnesses, yeah.
They're like,
we have so many German last surnames in Wisconsin that
Sure.
you look at a last name and you're more likely to jump
Yeah.
to a German pronunciation.
Email or something. How are you? It's good to see you. I'm like hoping for a snow day. I know. I know. He's Wisconsin, but we're Alabama, Florida. Oh.
Committee on House Administration will come back to order. We now welcome our next panel of witnesses, Chairman Jason Smith, Ranking Member Neal from the Ways and Means Committee. We've been navigating through different panels throughout the day, as you know. We'll give each of you 5 minutes for an opening statement. We will have 5 minutes of questioning in total from the majority and minority. Will be yielding between members for those committees. I'll now recognize the Chairman of the Ways and Means Committee, Jason Smith, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. It's a pleasure to be with you. It's good to see so many familiar faces from the Ways and Means Committee on here, and also my good friend from Florida. Ranking Member Morelli, he's not here, but we're glad that he's on his way. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before the House Administration Committee to testify about our funding request at the Ways and Means Committee for the 119th Congress. When I previously testified at the start of the last Congress, we had before us a robust agenda at the Ways and Means Committee. Much of that work was to prepare for what we face today, particularly when it comes to America's economy and the needs of our nation's workers, families, farmers, and small businesses. I don't have to remind everyone here that if Congress does not act to extend the existing tax policies, that's just the current tax policies, in the coming months, every American will face a tax increase, every single American. Simply put, it will be the largest tax increase in American history. The average taxpayer will see a 22% tax hike on average. 26 million small businesses will face a top rate of over 40%. You've got 2 million family farmers right now that are wondering if they need to get an estate planner on the phone to deal with the possible return of a much higher death tax. Making the tax cuts permanent will also unleash hundreds of billions of dollars in small business and manufacturing-driven growth, and upwards of 1 million small business jobs being created every year. Congress needs to act, and act quickly to that end. The Ways and Means Committee will need to ensure we have the resources and flexibility to preserve these key tax provisions and prevent a massive tax increase on every American. Our committee also has important priorities to address when it comes to America's trade policies. If the past few weeks are any indication, we can expect the Trump administration and Congress to be spending a tremendous amount of time and attention on ensuring our trade policies put the interests of American workers and businesses first. Despite achieving bipartisan victory last Congress in the reauthorization and modernization of our child welfare programs, there's still a lot of work that needs to be done to weed out waste, fraud, and abuse in welfare, and to safeguard resources for those families truly in need and promote the dignity of work. We must also make sure that more of our fellow Americans can access quality, affordable health care, especially those who live in rural areas and lack even basic medical services, and that our seniors have a retirement they can depend on. President Trump has made it his longstanding commitment to protect Social Security and Medicare, and our committee will continue our work to secure those benefits and ensure reforms to the system, including the recent repeal of WEP and GPO, are carried out in a timely and orderly manner. An integral part of the committee's work last Congress was the 14 field hearings held outside the halls of Congress, where we heard directly from workers, families, farmers, and small businesses across the country about the challenges that they face and the solutions that we need to deliver. The input provided by these hearings is informing the work we are currently doing, particularly as it relates to tax reform, coupled with over 120 tax team events held across 20 states. The committee and our members have utilized the resources at our disposal to reimagine how Congress carries out our responsibilities. And it has been working. For these reasons, and to ensure the committee maintains our ongoing aggressive oversight agenda to protect taxpayers and to hold bad actors accountable, the committee requests a 17.9% increase in our budget for 2025, an additional 2.4% increase in 2026. Additionally, we are requesting an increase in our allocation of staff slots from our current of 94 to 130, which would bring the committee in line with other committees of similar size and scope of jurisdiction to ensure parity. We hold sacred our responsibility to the American taxpayer, and our committee will respect the resources that they give us to carry out our duties. Thank you for your time, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Chairman Smith. Ranking Member Neal, you're recognized for 5
Thanks,
minutes.
Mr. Chairman. I'm pleased to acknowledge there are 5 members of the Ways and Means Committee here. We got a shot. So I'm in accord with what Chairman Smith has suggested as it relates to committee staffing proportions. I also want to point out that he did consult with us, which I think is helpful as well. We appreciate the opportunity to have been given that input, and we are certainly working together to do what is best for our storied committee. We have a long history of splitting the allocation, 2/3, 1/3, and we would report that that will remain the practice. This has been the one place where both sides can come to an agreement, and it's fundamental to carrying out our work on behalf of the people. I am pleased that the chairman did note that he was concerned about health care in rural areas. All the more reason for us to defend the purpose of Medicaid, which overwhelmingly is the major source of funding for those rural areas. The majority is requesting a substantial increase in staff ceilings. We would be supportive of that. We want to use the increase to fill some of the open positions on the minority side. We would also use the opportunity to give staff well-earned increases. We have been in the last few weeks talks that consider the president's agenda, most of which will go through the Ways and Means Committee, and we want to certainly be prepared on the minority side for this eventuality. This budget will ensure that the prestigious Ways and Means Committee has the resources to tackle these important issues facing the American people. We take our stewardship of taxpayer dollars very seriously and the solemn responsibility that accompanies it. We appreciate your consideration of our request, and we hope that this will be the position that you will rest on as well. Thanks again for having me, and thanks Chairman Smith for working with us in consultation.
Thank you, Ranking Member Neal. At this time, we will proceed to questions. We will start with 5 minutes in total of questions from the majority, and then we will have 5 minutes of questions from the minority. With that, I recognize my colleague, Mr. Carey.
I want to thank the chair, and I just want to say for the record, this is a really strange position for me to be in because normally I'm sitting a lot lower than both of you. So, but I want to thank you for joining us today. Mr. Chairman, starting off, I noticed that you mentioned recruiting and retaining staff as a challenge for our committee due to them needing very particular expertise. As the work of the Ways and Means Committee is crucial to serving our country, you both outlined that, I'm curious if you think that the increase of maximum pay rates in the Speaker's pay order has had any impact on the hiring or the retaining of our teams.
Mr. Carey, it absolutely has made a significant impact, what the Speaker did with the pay raise, to basically continue to hold on to some of the best staff that you could imagine. A lot of our staff could leave the Hill in a heartbeat and make double and maybe even triple of what we can pay them, but this allows them to at least feel more valued and have a competitive advantage.
All right, well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also noticed in the budget request that you've asked for 36 more staff slots, which would bring the total number of these staff slots for the committee to about 130. Can you explain why the committee requires the additional staff? Also, did you end up using all of your staff slots in the 118th Congress?
Sure, great question. During the 118th Congress, we did in fact utilize all of our available staff slots. The Ways and Means Committee currently sits at 94, and we are requesting an increase to 130 slots, which would bring us in line with other committees, specifically the Energy and Commerce Committee with similar size and scope of jurisdiction. This is important to ensure parity among committees, but it will also be vital to making sure that the Ways and Means Committee is able to address the various pieces of our robust agenda as quickly and efficiently as possible. As you've seen in the last 3 weeks, trade and tax has been the discussion, and we have a lot of work to do in tax and trade.
Well, again, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is there anything else that you think is important for us to keep in mind when considering your budget request for the 119th Congress?
Just remember the committee you serve on, and that's a great thing to do, Mr. Carey.
And with that, I would just like to say that this is probably the first time, and I have to, both the chairman and the ranking member, for those of us that sat on Ways and Means, they were the two members that actually stayed when I would actually get to ask my questions. So I want to thank you for that. With that, Madam Chair, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. At this time, the chair recognizes our ranking member, Ms. Sewell, for 5 minutes.
First of all, I want to thank the chairman, Chairman Smith, as well as Ranking Member Neal. It has been my great honor to be a part of the Ways and Means Committee for the last 5 Congresses, and want to say thank you for the yeoman effort that you all do, this yeoman job. My question is, I asked the same question, so I'd like to begin by checking in with the chairs and the ranking member on the allocation to the minority. Generally, committees follow the 2/3, 1/3 split with some exceptions, and I know you are here in agreement with the proposal, but I'd like to just confirm that if fully granted, the minority will have unrestricted access to the resources that they need.
Absolutely, the same that we've done in the past.
Awesome. How does your requested budget provide you with the ability to enhance and build your oversight capabilities? I wonder why I asked about oversight.
It is terrific to have you as the ranking member of oversight. Our committee is better off with you in that place. The staff allotments, I think, is extremely important. We're at 94. And we're just trying to be at the same parity of Energy and Commerce, which
is a lesser committee, we know. That was for the record, by the way.
I had to refrain from saying that.
You guys have trained me well.
I would not disagree with anything you've said so far. But it would definitely help. We're going to be extremely busy moving forward with especially tax and trade. And healthcare, for that matter. So it would be nice for both the minority staff and the majority staff to have an additional allotments prospectively. I think it'd be very helpful.
Are you proposing more field hearings? Just wanted to say that I attended several and thought that they were really helpful, and I'm assuming that it will still be bipartisan.
Absolutely. The field hearings, I'm extremely proud of. Our very first committee hearing was in West Virginia, in Petersburg, at a lumber yard that's now closed. And so we've gotten out to real American, whether it's Staten Island Port, or whether it's the Iowa State Fair, or the Native American Reservation in Arizona, or the homeless shelter in Chicago. And you're hearing from real Americans, and we'll absolutely be continuing to do that to help make us better legislators. I think it's extremely important.
Awesome. Is your committee receiving the necessary support from the U.S. Capitol and the Sergeant at Arms? Is there something that we could be doing better?
They have been very good. They've been very helpful and really protect our members whenever we're traveling.
Great. I wanted to give the ranking member, Richie Neal, an opportunity just to say what, within the budget, I assume that probably the most valuable is to make sure that we have good staff as well. Are you okay with the increase in the number of staff?
Sure. In fact, I'm pleased. The Ways and Means staffers are the best on Capitol Hill. I would say that to E&C if they were here without any hesitation. Smart, polite, and always, I think, loyal to the committee. And I think that's terribly important. The Ways and Means Committee is a special designation in Congress. It always has been. Tax, trade, tariff, Social Security, Medicare, tax side of Medicaid, pensions, welfare, and management of the public debt.
Whoa.
That's extraordinary for a relatively small working committee, but I think it's reflected in the staff and also the quality of the members that sit on that committee. I have sharp disagreements with them, but never once would I question their motivations. I think that the committee has always, since I've been on it, which has been for a long time, I think there's been an amicable, if not always publicly amicable, relationship privately.
Well, great. It's a pleasure, as I said, to be a part of the Ways and Means Committee, and it's because both you gentlemen take seriously your roles, and we really do appreciate that. With that, I'll yield back to the chair.
Gentlewoman yields back. This time, I'd like to thank the chairman and the ranking member for your testimony and for appearing before us today. Without objection, each member, including our witnesses, will have 5 legislative days to insert additional material into the record or to revise and extend their remarks. If there is no further business, I thank the members for their participation, and without objection, the committee stands adjourned.
I could have blown the whole thing apart, right? I figured they sent it to you. I don't know if they did or not.